noticed the lights were on, and I thought you might be home. I wasn't sure.
Thank you. Hello, welcome to another mother flipping stream. How about that? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you all doing today? Today is what? Today is, if I'm not mistaken, Tuesday? Wednesday. Tuesday. And that means today, according to the schedule, we are programming in Rust, and we continue to develop our epic declarative textual UI framework in Rust. So yeah, essentially, if somebody doesn't know what is TUI, TUI is essentially basically a kind of user interface that is not, you know, a text user interface, and it's also not a GUI textual interface. So something like HTOP is a TUI interface. TUI user interface, yes. Terminal TUI user interface, that's what it is. And yeah, we're developing a special framework for that. And today we're going to continue developing it. Hello, Herzenplots. Hello, Freefu, Kafarel66, Raguil. Who else do we have? Chromosome Drift, Einstein. We don't really have that many people today. Hello, John and Chamikovi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, yeah. Alright, so let's actually open a Chromium and go to the project, our CUI, and let's see what do we even have there. Let's see what do we even have there. Our CUI, maybe I'll need to actually fetch the latest changes. I have some changes here. So this is actually something that was experimented with on one of the meetings. So yeah, we don't need that right now. But it's kind of related to what we're gonna do today. So anyway, it needs to be parsed anyway. It needs to be parsed anyway. Cheers, everyone. So, merge origin master. And let's remove the 13th branch and actually rebuild everything. How about that? No. All targets. This is how it's supposed to do that in Rust. Because on top of having a library, we also have examples of the usage of the library. So, and by doing cargo build, you don't really build examples as far as you know, you only build the library itself. But if you provide the all targets flag, it will also build the examples. And examples act sort of like a sanity tests for the library. All right, so let's take a look at what we have. So as already mentioned, we have a bunch of examples. Here they are. And the library is relatively simple, yet we didn't make it super complicated, yet. And let's take a look at the first example. So the first example is so-called grid. Essentially, you describe UI in a very declarative manner, right? So you have this kind of declarative description. So essentially, we have a single column. Column is like a vertical sequence of elements. And we have 4 rows. Right, and a row is a horizontal sequence of the elements, and in each row we have a textual cell. So if we try to run this thing, cargo run example 01 grid, this is what's going to happen. So as you can see, we have a 4x3 row, and what's cool is that it automatically realigns everything, right? It recalculates the layouting and so on and so forth. It tries to feed this grid into the available screen space. All right, so we also have other examples. The second one is item list. Essentially, you just create an item list with 100 elements, right? 100 elements, and also you provide your own proxy wrapper that how to say that implements the controls for the user, right? So essentially it handles the keystroke events like Q, J, and K and redirects them to particular actions of the list or quits the whole event loop. So, and all of that described like relatively declaratively. So if you try to run this example, so let's give it a try. So it has to be like that, example, and there you go. So as you can see, I can control it with J and K, and then I can quit the whole application, right? So it's that simple. So we also have other examples. Let's take a look at the third one. A double panel. Double panel is an interesting one. It essentially creates 2 item lists with similar controls, and on top of those item lists, we have a mechanism that enables us with switching the focus between them, and this is pretty much the entire code that implements that. And let's try to run this example and see how it works. So if I do run example like this, so this is how it works. So as you can see, I can control the left panel, but then I can press tab, and now I can control the right one. So yeah, this is basically what our library enables us to do. It's pretty cool. And yeah, you basically have a bunch of widgets, right? A bunch of widgets and like ways to compose those widgets into complex UIs. So yeah, that's what we have here. And when we take a look at other examples, just if anyone's interesting, transfer list. Okay, so I think this is the last one. I don't think we have the 5th. Yeah, we only have 4 examples right now. So it's kind of similar to the previous one. It's very similar to the previous one, but with a little bit of twist to it, right? So you cannot see the right list right now, but if you being on the left list, enter, like press enter on any of the elements, that element is going to be transferred to the right list. So you can select something and transfer something to the right list, then you can press tab and you can transfer them back. Right, you can transfer them back. And all of that is implemented in a very, like, not that much code. Right, so we have a separate item controls, and here's the main UI description. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So the way it works is that when you press enter on one of the lists, they initiate a custom event that propagates to the root of the UI tree and then down to the neighbor list. Right, and then neighbor list, once receive that message, it adds that element to their own list. So yeah, you have this sort of like an interactive system, like with a feedback loop. So yeah, so this is pretty much the framework. The API is not really finished yet. I'm still working on the design of the API, but sooner or later it's going to be stabilized. and we're gonna start using this in a real production. How about that? Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? I think it's pretty cool. So yeah. So is this pull request mine or... Oh, okay, so it's Betka. We're gonna review that on Thursday. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the things. So I remember there was one about unsafe, get rid of unsafes in event queue. Okay, even though this is such an epic safe declarative library, we have sinned a little bit, just a little bit. We have sinned. Let me show you the sin. Here it is. We have unsaves. We have unsaves in our Rust code. God damn. And yeah, it's just a temporary thing, just to make things work for now. And this is something that I wanted to fix. And the cause of these unsaves is actually a global yes, I know, we have a global variable. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. Global variable. Yikes. Yikes. Anyway, so yeah, I think I want to start with addressing that, because essentially it doesn't really have to be a global variable. We can create something like, you know, a structure, like context, right? Structure context, and the context can actually store the event queue, right? So it's going to be event queue. Maybe it's going to be public as well. What OS is this? This is Windows 10. Global variables and unsafe discussing. Interesting thing about Rust is that you cannot use global variables without unsafe. So essentially you cannot even access global variables if you don't do that in unsafe. So yeah, it kind of like tries to discourage you from using global variables. That's kind of the point. Thank you. You're welcome. Windows 10 is actually a pretty cool operating system. Recently it's stabilized. It used to crash a lot after updates. But I think Microsoft finally got their shit together, and the updates don't, you know, destroy Windows anymore, which is kind of cool. And that's why I'm using it right now, because it's such a stable operating system. So I really recommend it to anyone who wants a stable computing environment. So, okay, so my idea is that we're gonna have like a vec deck with events. And the exec is essentially gonna be the method of that context. Fuck, and I'm still stuck at Windows 9. I mean, I understand you, Windows 10 is pretty expensive, so not everybody wants to upgrade. But try to find something positive about it. Like 95 is bigger than 10, so okay. Okay, so then you can have a implementation, and as already said, exec could be the method of this thing. And what's fun is that methods like quit, push event also could be the methods of the context. And that may require actually passing the context to all of the widgets down the tree all the time. Down the tree all the time. And I'm not sure how good of an idea that would be, but I still want to try that. So, and I'm not even sure if calling this thing a context is a great idea. We'll see. But so for now, it's just gonna be called context. Why not? It's not that bad of a name, to be fair. It's not that bad of a name. Alright, so, and push an event. Push an event is essentially, yeah, you just take a mutable self, and you just push back there. It's as simple as that. Seriously, yeah, cool. And next thing, if we're gonna move this entire thing into the context, It's gonna be way simpler. Yeah, I should have actually done that right away. Should have done that right away. So here we initialize the end cursors, then here's the start colors, then we set the cursor invisible, then we set some hooks in case somebody panicked, right? In case somebody panicked. We don't need this thing, I'm pretty sure we don't need them. Then we can do self event queue. We just push back a key when we receive a key, and then while event queue, self event queue is not empty, we pop those things out of the queue, self event queue, we pop them out, and we push them in down the UI tree. Right. Unless we see something like quit. If we see quit, well, we just mark that we're about to quit. What's funny is that this particular code allows the application to finish all of the events and quits only on the next iteration of event loop, which is quite cool. So yeah, it allows the application to quit like more or less gracefully. Yeah. Maybe we also need to propagate the quit event down the UI tree as, you know, as a signal for the elements that were quitting, and on the next iteration there will be no more application anymore. Sounds like a pretty cool idea. So, and maybe because of that I want to do something like to do. Maybe we should propagate the quit event down the UI tree as well, question mark. Maybe that's exactly what we have to do. I don't know. I don't know. And what's up, Columbiatka? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Correctly syntax. Hello everyone who just joined recently. So yeah, we're developing a UI, like a TUI framework in Rust. You're doing fine. Nice to hear that. All right, so yeah, let's try to compile that and see how it's gonna go. So it's probably gonna fail in a couple of places, but again, it's a statically typed compiled language. So what that means? That means we can use something called car, right? We can use car. And what is a car? It's a first compiler assisted refactoring. Yeah, that's what it is. So that means we're gonna make small changes, and we're just gonna follow the compilation errors, fixing all of these problems. No IDE is required in that case. No IDE is required. Just follow the compiler errors, and that's okay. Don't be scared of compiler errors. Don't be scared of them. Just don't forget to use cargo instead of make. That's the most important thing. Alright, so I forgot to... I made a typo somewhere here. Method, okay. I think it has to be comma. Alright, so this is event queue. I think this is how we do it now. Shaking dependency tree of variables, exactly, that's a good description of it. Hello Illusion Space, welcome to the stream. And apparently it compiled. I guess that's kind of unexpected. So that means the next step is going to be actually removing this thing. So we're going to remove that. Remove that as well. Remove that as well. And probably remove that as well. There we go. And it still compiles. And the reason why it still compiles is actually very interesting. Probably because we don't build examples. Yeah, we probably need to build examples first. What's up, Wizara? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? How are you doing? Here, poked and plugs. Nice one. All targets, right? All targets. There we go. And as you can see, everything is falling apart. Everything is falling apart. So I need a way to construct a new context, right? That's what I need here. I need a way to construct a new context. So, and let's just implement new, right? And this is going to just return new. Self event queue deck view. There we go. And cool. So now what I want to do, I want to do a context, maybe context new, right? And then I'm gonna exec like this. So yeah, so we create a new context and then we execute that context. Will that work? Okay, this one is even more interesting. We need to have an access to the context to be able to push any new events there. Right, which means that, I don't know, maybe we're gonna accept the context somewhere here. Right, so maybe this is how we're gonna accept it, but I'm not 100% sure. So that kind of means that we have to change the definition of the widget interface and make it a little bit more complicated. Maybe it's gonna be worth it, maybe it's not gonna be worth it, I don't know. But yeah, introducing explicit context is just not really convenient. Not particularly convenient. But I feel like it's kind of needed. I feel like it's kind of needed. We'll see, we'll see. So where is it? Where is the widget interface? Yeah, here it is. So essentially, on top of modifying ourself, I think rendering should be able to modify the context. Right, so this is going to be context, immutable context. And yeah, context. Mutable context. There we go. So, and that will trigger a pretty big compiler-assisted refactoring session because we have like quite a bunch of implementations for this trait. But I don't think it's gonna take that much time because in the majority of them we don't even touch the context. So it's gonna be pretty trivial refactoring. So let's just enter the state of compiler-assisted refactoring and just forget about everything and just mindlessly follow the compilation errors and fix them. That's how it's done. That's how it's done. When I'm doing compiler-assisted refactoring, I don't even think about it, so it's just sort of like a mechanical process. Yeah, it's just that. It's just a separate like a state of mind. It's pretty therapeutic. I gotta tell you, it's pretty therapeutic. Anyways, so here we have to have a context. So yeah, it's gotta be mutable context. Compiler-assisted refactoring for short car, yes. That's what it is, we call it for short car. Enter the state of car. Why does it sound so dumb? I don't know. But yeah. I'm a little bit afraid that API may turn out a little bit too complicated. But then I remembered that I'm programming in Rust and it's normal here. So now I don't worry about it anymore. Isn't that cool? I think it's pretty cool. If you're afraid that your API is going to be complicated, just program in Rust. It's a norm here. It's a fucking norm here. So might as well actually maybe copy paste some of this stuff. Like just keep it around like this, and then just put it here somehow. Not to be confused with CDR compiler during refactoring. Nice one. Hello Kenjin, welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. How are you doing? So, and here's the proxy. And in case of this proxy, I think we're gonna just pass it there. Because why not? Why not? God fucking damn it, mate. Alright, so that means I'll have to do a little bit more elaborated copy pasting, but that's okay. That's okay. Well, yeah. So this is the original thing, and we also have to have the context. Yeah, there we go. Mutable context. So this is a mutable context, and the second one is gonna go here somewhere. There we go. Oh shit. Alright, so this is the widget text, and after that we have yet again the context. Cool. And here, yet again, the context. The mutable context, actually. Entering car, the car state of traffic jam. Yes. It's when you have too many compilation errors trying to do compiler-assisted refactoring, and that's what we call a traffic jam for sure. Recently, people refer to car consider as head and tail, as in heading to refactoring with our tail on compiler's back. You guys are on the roll today, my god. It's incredible. Record the macro and see what happens. Are you telling that to me? I don't understand. Excuse me. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm dumb. I literally don't understand what you're trying to tell me. You're probably trying to tell me some like a very clever joke, but I'm dumb. Sorry. Don't understand. Context. Context. Yeah, that's how it usually goes. Yeah, a macro that compiles jumps to the next error and inserts the context thing. Ah, I didn't think about that. That's actually a pretty cool idea. But I mean, I still need to make adjustments once in a while. I don't think it's gonna work. So, but yeah. So widget that, and specifically here, for example, I also have to pass the context down. To be fair, context might be part of the event or something. So widget for dummy. Okay, so this one is a context. So this one is a context. And this one is also in the context, but we're gonna ignore it anyway. So majority of them are ignored anyway. So yeah, because it's a dummy. Dummy is not supposed to do anything. It's a dummy widget that doesn't do anything, just like myself. Right, when we're rendering this entire stuff. Alright, so context. Alright, so you do UI render. Then what is the widget? You do self, then the context. Okay. That means I have to provide self like this, maybe. I think I'll have to provide it like this. I think it will work. Oh yeah, okay. And then I also have to provide self like this. Is it gonna work now? Okay. Alright, so this is the context and it goes after here. Yeah, context, it would be better if the context would be something like global and present like all the time. But I'm not sure how to do that right now. I'm not sure if there is a way in Rust to do that. Okay, so mutable. Okay, when I render, oh, okay, so the context has to be the second argument here. Sure, fair enough. And context. Where's my context? Here it is. And then it has to be like this. So handler, yes. Okay. Okay. Imagine trying to refactor something like that in a language like JavaScript or Python. It's gonna be fucking a nightmare, right? To be fair, like the only difference is gonna be is that all of the errors that we experience right now at compile time would happen at runtime in Python, but the problem with them happening at runtime is that at runtime it does a side effects, and who knows what kind of messy shit it can do with your system, right? It's better to fix all of these errors before it runs, right? In my opinion, I think it just makes a little bit more sense to fix all of that before the program runs and does the fucky wacky, right? So it's not like dynamic language like illuminates all these problems. No, it just moves them from the compile time to the runtime, right? So you're still gonna have all of these problems, but at runtime. Okay, so in here, to quit something, we'll have to take the context and then we'll have to do context quit, like this. And why use git fetch and then git merge versus git pull? It doesn't matter. You can use whatever you want. It's the same thing. Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. So this is the context, and then we're gonna do quit. Okay, and here we'll have to create the context first. Okay, so this is the context new, right? And then we execute this thing and we'll see how it goes. All right, so yeah, we're basically going through all of the examples now. Context, push event. Okay, so we're almost there. Context new, exec, boom. And here, yeah, we'll need the context. Too much context, by the way. Too much fucking context, but maybe that will work. We'll have to go through all of these examples and see if we didn't break anything. So it's gonna be context width. Context width. But can you prune while pull? I don't know. As far as I know, Git have some sort of synchronization that does not allow you to do these kind of things. Method not found for column. Okay, so it has to be something like this, right? Is this how it has to be? Yeah, I think so. So it's gonna be context. Yeah, there we go. So method not found for the context. So that means it has to be something like this. Yeah. Debated. Debated. Long we've been waiting. Waited. Let's not get debated. It's kind of funny now. I have to go through all these places yet again and swap these things around because I'm a dummy. But yeah, it is what it is. Okay, so then next is gonna be context. Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? Tell me that it's gonna work, hopefully. Yeah, I think we're almost there. Hello, one integral or integral. Welcome. And hello, Biljundul. I'm really glad to see you all today. Hello. All right. And this shit fucking compiles that. And look at that. Not a single unsafe in the entire code base. We haven't checked if it works yet, but it compiled. And as you know, if it compiles, it works. So yeah. If it compiles, it works. So I was just thinking what to do. Cargo run example 01. It doesn't autocomplete the shit, but okay, great. Is there any good place where we can learn Rust other than your stream? Yes, okay, sure. Learn Rust. There's a special command, and here is the main resources that you can check to learn about Rust. So the book, Rust by example, and the Rust link. I personally never read any of those books or any of these resources. They were recommended by Out9, but people say that these are good resources. You can start from there. All right. Okay, let's take a look at the first example here. It still works, and I can even quit, and everything looks okay. So let's take a look at other examples. So I'm gonna take this cargo run. Hello, Shigiman, welcome. How much time do you spend on Rust these days? Also nice to see you're still going strong. Thank you. And I don't measure how much time I spend in languages. I switch languages so often, I don't see any point in measuring that time. Like, why would you do that? Like, why? That sounds silly to me. Like, it's such a useless metric. Okay, it seems to be working. And how about the third one? I just want to enter the mode where I can do the following thing: 03, and then select this thing and then put it here. Okay, everything seems to be working. The next one is going to be for transfer list. If you think you need to measure time, how much you spend time on a particular language, I think you're kind of missing the point of software development. Unfortunately, I'm really sorry to tell you that. All right. So it seems to be working, and we finally got rid of the unsafe. by making the API uglier. By making the API ugly, but maybe we get rid of the potential problems in the future. We'll see, all right. So I'm gonna grab our N and I'm gonna just confirm. We have to scientifically verify that there is no single unsafe keyword in the code base. So let's quickly do that. So I'm gonna grab our N, unsafe, and there's 0 results. There is no a single unsafe. This is a safe code base. This is an ethical code base. You can use it in production anywhere. It's not gonna cause any remote code execution problems. It's absolutely safe. Mwah. Love it. Love it so much. Oh my god. So let's actually commit that. So yeah, let's create a separate branch for this shit. Safest code 2020, exactly. Safest code on the West. All right. So so the branch is 20. Cool. I really don't like the name of the context. I think it's super ugly. I do think it's super ugly. And there's another thing that I don't like is that I have to chain 2 calls. Right, I have to chain 2 calls. Safest code in the best key code. Yeah. So new and exec. To be fair, you're never gonna do this thing separately. You just want to do exec. So what I'm thinking about, what if we actually merge them together? What if we just do something like context exec, right? And it creates the instance of the context for you, and then passes it as you need it. So you don't have to do this shit. Let's give it a try. But first, let's do a committee, and then maybe even pushy, and we'll see how it goes. Okay. Get rid of unsafe keywords. Keywords from the code base. There we go, and I'm gonna push that right into the repo. Rust, its strength is protect memory. Yes, Rust is like a condom for your memory. Wear it proudly in public. Yes. So, yeah, the next thing I wanted to do. The next thing I wanted to do. What was that? It was a librs. I wanted to merge new and exec together, but that probably gonna be like this. Yeah, like this. Self new. So this is gonna be context. And it's gonna be mutable context. Okay, and we won't need self in that case. We won't need self. It's actually kind of cool. So you cannot create context separately, right? So you can only do that through exec and stuff. Okay, I like that. I like this approach. This is actually a pretty cool approach. We're gonna follow it. We're gonna follow it. And within this entire thing, we're gonna query replace self with mute context, and we'll see how it goes. God damn it! This is not what I wanted. Okay, so let's actually follow the compilation errors, because I'm not sure if I can refactor it like correctly myself. I need the help of the magical compiler. The help of the magical compiler. There we go. So when I do that, I just have to do mute context. Everything's okay. Then here I have to just do context. I can just do push event. I don't even have to do this shit like that. I can just do context push event. That's cool. Is muted. So context event is empty. All right. So then context event q pop front blah blah blah. Is it gonna work now? And now this thing is context. There we go. Aha. But we didn't compile any examples, so we have to do all targets. And let's just go through all targets. Exactly. That's exactly what I was talking about. So now you don't need to have new. Now you can just do exec, and that is enough. You can just do context, exec, and that just works. Epic. Is TUI text? Well, yeah, some people interpret it as text. Some people say that it stands for terminal. I don't know. I don't really care. Because when people say TUI, they mean the same thing anyway, regardless of whether T stands for text or T stands for terminal. When we say TUI, we just mean TUI, and everybody knows what is TUI. So that's why I don't really care what T stands for in that particular abbreviation, because it doesn't make any difference anyway. Toolkit user interface means at my company. Oh yeah. Company-specific slang and company-specific abbreviation that nobody except that company can understand. Love it. Fucking love it so much. Especially when people start to use it in real world. It'll just... beautiful. Yeah. Okay, so... I worked at a company, like, to be fair, I'm not sure how it is widespread, but I worked at a company where people wrote instead of, they would shorten it down to ISO. At first that confused the shit out of me. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, are you talking about like the standardization or something? Like, what the fuck? It was so dumb. It was the dumbest abbreviation I've ever fucking seen. Thank you for clipping that. I really appreciate that. All right. And to be fair, like, I've never seen such abbreviation anywhere. STD instead of yes. Alright, cool. So as you can see, I managed to get rid of this call. So if you want to create a context, you can just do that, and that. But to be fair, to make this entire thing look even cooler, let's first commit that. Let's first commit what we did. So what essentially we did, we merged together the call like a new and exec call. Right. So we now have new and exec call. Okay. So 20, and what we did here, merge new and exec calls. Can your C++ do that? Can your C++ do that? So, and the next thing is gonna be what? I want to rename the context. I think context is not really cool name. It doesn't look cool in the code. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Look at that. Context exec. What the fuck is this shit? This is lame as fuck. Like, is that really an entry point in my fucking GUI application? I mean, TUI application? Bruh, that's fucking cringe. So what we're gonna do here to fix this situation, we're gonna rename the context to something. We're gonna rename it to the name of the framework itself. Right, it's gonna be something like this, our CUI. Right, and now what you do, you're gonna do our CUI exec. No, now look how fucking epic that looks. You have our CUI library, and to start our CUI event loop, you do our CUI exec, and you pass the UI tree. Look how fucking epic that looks. Oh my god, like, just think of how many stars you will get on the GitHub if you show this example in README. Think about how many upvotes on the Reddit you will get if you just show that. Oh my fucking goodness, I'm fucking coming. So yeah, this is exactly what we're gonna do. So, like, renaming just a single class is it's not a class, it's a structure. Renaming a single structure is like 98% of the success on the internet, trust me. So the rest of the 98% of the success is a cute logo. So yeah, let's try to compile all of that and see how it goes. So I'm gonna query replace context with our CUI, and we'll see how it goes. All right. So there could be some problems here and there with this thing. I'll need to think how we can approach all of that. Okay. I could actually record the macro for this one, because for this one I'm sure I'm not gonna confuse it, but I'm not gonna do it for now. But yeah, there we go. Everything seems to be compiling. So, yeah, I'm gonna stop for now, because I'm not really sure if I'm moving in the right direction with the naming here, because this kind of implies that every time you refer to RCUI, to the context, you also have to call it RCUI, but at the same time you have a module RCUI, and I'm not sure how well it's gonna work. We can give it a try. So what if I rename it like that, right? So is it gonna work? It does kind of work, so, but that kind of implies that you have to always like use everything from that module, but maybe that's okay. Maybe that's intended usage. Do you ever stream binary exploitation or never? Actually stream binary exploitation like a couple of times. I'm not like a security person, to be fair, but I just looked at CrackMe because I heard about that in a Life Overflow video, and I just tried like a couple of times this thing on the stream. That was fun, but at the same time, those were like very simple binaries, but I'm not sure if I have skills, like enough skills for something super complex. But that would be actually very interesting to, you know, try to develop these skills in the future. We'll see. So yeah, we'll see. I'm more of like a software developer rather than the hacker or anything. Rendera 2 is actually also super cool and super useful for this kind of stuff. So yeah. Imagine pushing a new awesome project to GitHub and one guy immediately forking it and changing namespace and classes to better sounding names, and then everyone just does that project. I can imagine that happening, like, ironically. Why not? So yeah. Welcome to 2020 software development, by the way. Alright, so... yeah. Context RCUI. So we're gonna push that right into the repo, and I think I need to also update my README example, because here we have a README example, and this is actually the second example, right? So I can just take the second example and copy paste it there. Yeah, so it's quite important to have some sort of like a simple example in the README to catch attention, to get like the gist of the library, right? Because people never gonna like take your project, compile and try to do something with it. Nobody got time for that. The market is super saturated. Nobody gives a shit about new library. We have thousands of new libraries every fucking day. You have to provide something in a README to catch people's attention, right? So, and here's the example. This is how you develop in this library. Do you like it? Do you like it? Want to try it? Give it a star? Yeah, no, that's how it works. This is the modern open source market. That's how it works. All right, so update README example. There we go. We're gonna push that right into the repo. But my new library is a JavaScript web framework. Well, show like an example of a single widget. How do you develop a single widget in that library, and also show the screenshot of like of how it's gonna look like. But choose something that actually takes the least amount of code and produces the most impressive results. So. Okay, so let's create a pull request. Do I have a CI for this project? I don't quite remember if I have a CI for this project. Okay. So this is exactly what we did here. We got rid of unsafe keywords from in the code base. I don't know. All right. So how many changes we had to make? MM2PL, what the fuck? Hello, welcome to the stream. Haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing? We're programming in Rust. So we just made a bunch of refactorings, and that's super cool. Hello, Pogboy, welcome to the stream. Welcome. So yeah, this is the first pull request of the stream and I already make 100 of fucking changes. I changed 100 of lines. How about that within 1 hour? Now that's a 10x right there. I got fucking better. So I think I deserve a cup of tea. What do you guys think? I do deserve a cup of tea. Just a second. I need to refresh my French press. Yes, I brew tea in the French press. I know that weirds out some people, but people do that. It is normal to brew tea in the French press. So don't fucking judge me in 2020. Alright, so I'm just drinking regular black tea today. Oh. You mean Russian press? Yes. Russian press is my favorite. French press is totally fine for making tea. Well, but some people think that you should always exclusively make coffee in French press. I don't know where they got their idea from. Drove through the code base on the car. Yes, exactly. Yep. I think like French press. I don't know. I'm pretty sure you can make even a soup in the French press. Not like I'm recommended that, but. Alright, so I'm gonna, turn on my kettle. And it's gonna be like less than a minute. Just a second. Coming yet again. Hello. Cool. So we're ready to merge that. We're ready to merge that. Let's just fucking merge that. And delete the branch. And yep. Origin master, and let's remove that. So finally, we don't have a single unsafe keyword in our code base. Beautiful. So what's going to be the next step? The next step is going to be introducing type safe custom events. Yes, this is a very important one. Type safe custom events, something that I was contemplating on, but I think I've finally figured it out. So right now, so this is needed for the fourth example. So transfer item list control. So let's take a look at the examples. For 8, then I'm gonna grab that cargo run example, gonna push it here. There we go. So what's cool about this example in particular is that you can press enter and that transfers the item to the neighbor list, and then you can jump to this list and transfer it back. So yeah, and this is actually super simple example. And how it works? Essentially, these are controls of a single list. If you press enter, what we do, we are initiating. I think it would be better to do something like this. RCUI. We are initiating a custom event, right? A new custom event where we put an item there. And custom events right now is just a special case of event, right? A special case of event. librs enum event. So right now we only have quit, keystroke, and message. And here's the interesting thing. If you want to initiate a custom event with something more complex than a string, you have to encode that something complex into the string and just send it, which is very error prone, type unsafe, slow, and so on and so forth, because there's no like additional type information associated with it. So, and I was kind of thinking what's going to be the best way to do that, and we even discussed that on our weekly meeting. So by the way, on Discord we do meetings every week on Thursday, so feel free to join it. And yeah, on Thursday we just, you know, gather in a voice chat and discuss different things. Yeah, the suggestion was to actually do something like this. So make it generic, right? Make it generic and have something like custom T. So, but the question is, where do we even get that generic? Where do we even get that generic? So that means we'll have to pass that generic to the exec. Like it has to be part of the RCUI, right? It's gonna be T, so here's the custom event. And then we have to specialize all of the possible widgets on this event, which is kind of meh. So, yeah, which is kind of meh. But I guess we should give it a try. I guess we should give it a try and see how it's gonna go. But I feel like it's not gonna go really well because that will require, like for example, you have to put like T here. And yeah, and that means this thing also has to be like this. It makes it super complicated, and I'm not sure if I can easily do that. And can we somehow do that without generics, or at least with the less syntactic noise? By the way, where's my tea? I think my tea is ready, so I'm gonna go brew it real quick. We're gonna make some tea, we're gonna drink some tea, we're gonna get a caffeine kick, and maybe the caffeine kick will help us to come up with a better solution. Could we make the argument box din mcg? Yeah, looks like we'll have to do something about that. But the problem is that it doesn't really work like this, I think. Considering the context. Considering the context. So this is how I want to be able to handle that. Right. This is how I want to be able to handle that. So that means I'll have to somehow extract that information. Yeah. Hello to a step, welcome to the stream. Okay. Okay, let's actually continue. Maybe it's gonna be okay. Let's just keep pushing and see how it's gonna go. Let's just keep pushing it and see how it's gonna go. Maybe it's gonna be okay. So yeah, again, so in this case T is the original thing, but that also means that we have to have U for the RCUI, and now you have to pass it everywhere. You have to pass it everywhere. Yeah, it's not an ideal solution for sure. Yeah, so I'm not gonna even try. I'm not gonna even try for now. I'm still thinking about it. There was another one where... Yeah. You will still have to customize things. Yeah, we'll still have to customize things. So, but that idea of actually having an interface for events, right? Instead of this thing, we would have like an interface. Let's actually try to explore that idea. That's actually a pretty cool idea. So it's going to be trait event, right? Trait event. And then you're going to have separate things like quit, message, blah, blah, blah. And how you would dispatch upon them. So you essentially at some point will have to perform the downcast. Is it even possible, like when you have a reference, when you have a box din event, is it even possible to know what type is it? Because that's kind of the thing I want to have. Yeah. It's kind of interesting. Let me actually see. Rust. How is it even called? Trait references, right? I think it's something like trait references or trait pointers or something. Traits. No, this is not what I want. So how do you call this thing? Is there any specific name for this thing? Do we have any professional Rust developers? How do you call this thing? What is this? Like specifically this. It's trait reference, right? So I don't know the name. I just don't know the term. So I just need the term to Google further. Okay. Reference to trait object. Okay, maybe that's okay. Trait object types. And it. Okay, so that looks like it. For example, given the trait, the following are all trait objects. Okay. Trait objects. Trait object lifetime bounds. Dean. Okay. Rust get type of trait object. Is an opaque value of another type that implements a set of traits. Okay. Base trait plus any number outer traits. Okay. Cool. Binding of methods. Using trait objects that allow for value of different types. I don't think it's possible. I think it's still an unsolved problem. Type safe events are still an unsolved problem, unfortunately. Those in why are not using mesh shaders in the terminal? Because I'm not using Alacrity. Sorry, I'm using URXVT. Hello, by the way. Welcome. Maybe if I used Alacrity, I would use mesh shaders in general. Alright. So let's make a TSMR. A little bit of a TSMR. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for TSMR? There we go. I like how music conveniently stopped as well. Alrighty. Okay. All right. So I'll need to think about that problem a little bit more. But one of the things we did, we got rid of unsafes from our code base completely. So that's actually kind of cool. So let's try to work on something else. Let's try to work on something else. Items should extend cursor to the whole available width, because right now, if you take a look at the transfer list, it looks kind of cringe. Not gonna lie. Look at that. Look at this cursor. So the width of the entire element is actually like half of the screen, but it takes like this? What the fuck is that? It should actually look a little bit better, and this is exactly what we're gonna try to fix in that particular issue. And the issue is number 17. Number 17. So let's actually do something like that. So here's the 17, and let's go to the item list. Let's go to the item list. In the item list, I wonder how exactly we can do that. Right. So here's the text. Here's the text. H align cool. And when I'm rendering that entire text. Oh shit, I see. I see. So yeah. Probably one of the things I want from the text is to be able to clean the whole area right around it. Clean the whole area around it. But it doesn't do that. It doesn't even do that. And we also have this cringe shit. So yeah, we'll also have to affect them. He brewed the tea with hot vodka. Very funny. Very funny. Thank you so much. I'll just leave this here. What is that? You're so pretty. Thank you so much. I don't know what it is. But I'm not sure if I want to watch it right now. I'm sorry. Because I'm streaming and stuff. Alright. So, what we're gonna have here. By the way, hello, the Thinner. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. So yeah. Hello. I think we need to kind of get rid of this shit. Especially get rid of the text. So we just move the cursor to the corresponding position. Is going to be Y. It has to be rect. Just this plus I as that, but then we'll have to convert that to I32, but that wouldn't be enough because we have to floor fit. That's right. We'll have to floor fit, and then we're gonna take rect X and floor fit as well as I32. And depending on whether it's active, we don't even need to handle its activeness. I don't think so. Right, and then we're gonna just do add str, and we're gonna just do it like that. So we have items, we try to convert them to string. And maybe I'll have to also take a reference of it. I'm not sure, we'll see. Then I can remove that, and that should be enough. So we already simplified the code, and I think we didn't break anything. We didn't use context. What's up, Supercuber? What's up, Supercuber? And let's see if it works or not. It still works. Nice. I didn't break any. Well, did I rebuild everything? I think yes. I think I rebuilt everything, and I can transfer things around. And this one is gonna be no. Oh yeah, because it has a different name. Okay, so I think that was a pretty cool simplification. Have an idea that could be possible to execute if the implementation of an event would contain the type of the event, so you could downcast it. And then I'm pretty sure, like, how do you downcast in Rust? And containing the type, that means I have to propagate the type information through entire framework. No, I already thought about that. It's not gonna work, I'm sorry. So that's why I abandoned this idea for a while, because I don't know. So I'll think about that. I'll think about that after the stream. 17. Simplify implementation of actually rendering of item list. So this is what we're gonna do. We simplify the render of item list. What's the problem with fourth field that is just box straight? Type safety. Okay. So let's go back to the item list, and yeah, we also need to take into account the size, right? If the string doesn't fit there, so I'm gonna put it like that. So then we take the text. Yep. Can I then actually do something like, I keep forgetting how you do that. I think it's get, but I'm not 100% sure. str. But you don't need to handle it directly. I do need to handle it directly. Okay. Okay, so the index so it can be also range, right? Yeah, it can be also range. So it's going to be 0, and the length is going to be the rect width floor as I32. Maybe it has to be usize, by the way, because it's, you know, it's a regular type related to sizes. That's why it's called usize. That's why it's called usize. I don't think I need to do that. And in case it's empty, right? In case it's empty, I need to unwrap or empty like this. Is that how it's gonna work? Oh shit! It's working. It's working. It's working, and it doesn't even render anything. Nice. I'm really happy. Why don't you render it? Wait a fucking second. So it couldn't get. Maybe this is because it has to be like -1. Maybe it's okay. So, but if it compiles, it works. I mean, yeah, probably. Get fucking why? Shit. Fuck. So this works. This works. That doesn't work. What am I doing wrong? Okay, so I have width, right? And width is like available. The whole width is available for me. So when I do get, I suppose range. Oh my god. Or maybe I have to do something like this. Is that what I have to do? Because yeah. So it will take like certain amount. Okay, so it takes 4. So that should be all right. Wait. I'm confused. What the fuck is this shit? Can I just do it somehow simpler? Can I do that somehow simpler? So maybe I can just do text unwrap if. Alright, so if text smaller than rect w, so I'll have to turn this into the width. It's so confusing, like I don't understand. Like unwrap or text. I already do that. That's the problem. I already do that and it doesn't work. I mean, it compiles, but you think I need to do like reference? It worked without reference though. So I mean, compile without reference. Okay, but wait a second. But now it doesn't compile. Like I swear to God, I tried it, but maybe I did it like that. Like, wait a second. But I tried. I think, okay, I think I'm Pepega. Yeah, I know. It's. I swear to God, I remember trying to put this thing here and didn't work for some reason. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Alright. But the thing I want to test is now if it goes. Does it work? Okay, it seems to be working. It actually cuts it. Yeah. So this is what I was looking for. Yeah. Thank you. So now I need to extend all of that. Hopefully. My brain is very confuzzled right now, I'm not gonna lie. So maybe if I introduce something like this, right? So this is gonna be X, this is gonna be Y. Nah, this is actually Y. So this is Y. And this is X. So, okay, so this is less confuzzling right now. Yeah, just separate everything. This is less confuzzling. And maybe I also can do something like width. Yeah, I think that's the reason. So, like all of these mathematical formulas introduce a lot of noise that is really difficult to keep track of. Yeah. So then, so this is needed for small things, but what about bigger things? What about bigger things? What about bigger things? What about bigger things? I might as well actually do this like that, because if it's smaller, I need to add additional thing. So let text. No, it's not gonna work. I want a simpler way. I want a simple way. Shit. And I already removed it. This is so bad. This is so bad. Like, okay. Oh shit, look at that! That is fucking epic. So now they're like full length and shit. Yeah. Maybe you should take a small break. Maybe. Maybe I should take a small break. We'll see. I just need to focus. So this looks good. I mean, the result looks good. The code is not so much, but yeah. So I want to take a look at the 3 double panel. I think this is how it was called. Yeah, double panel, and it looks okay. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna commit it for now. We'll see how it goes. 17. Extend item list cursor to the whole length of the widget. I'm just a little bit upset that I still didn't solve the problem of custom events, like a type safety of a custom events. They're still pretty much a type unsafe. But maybe eventually with a little bit more time I will solve that. We'll see how it goes. I just don't want to pollute the whole interface of the library with shit ton of generics. I could. It'd probably even make it type safe, but Rust is actually not really designed to have too many generics. So it just doesn't feel pleasant to work with such API. I'm still thinking at the back of my hand about that, at the back of my head, not hand. So let's just do that. 17. Let's create a pull request. I don't know why I keep creating pull requests, because I don't have a CI. Maybe the time has come to set up CI for this project finally. Right. Zojin hand mutated a brain. I'm sorry, I don't understand you. Alright, so I think this is going to be the issue that I'm going to tackle on the stream, because, yeah, I'm probably never going to do that off screen. Right, so it's just better to do that on screen. Let's just set it up. Let's merge the pull request, and let's go. Delete branch. So what do we get? What do we get? Yeah. Cool. So luckily, I already have everything set up in CM. I can just copy paste the stuff from CM and hope that it's gonna work. Right, I do remember that I had an issue for CI. Okay. So let's go to CM. I don't know why I go to this repo, because I could have just went here, GitHub workflows, and can I simply copy paste the CI? I have a feeling that I can. So do we have CM? Yeah, it doesn't even have anything like CM specific. I just only need to copy paste that and remove this dependency, because our UI does not depend on PCRE2. So yeah, that should work. This is actually amazing. I like that. I might as well copy paste the whole folder. Yeah, boy. Let's just copy paste it like that. Yeah, copy paste recursively. And let's just go there, and I'm gonna remove PCRE2. Just gonna remove PCRE2. Alright, and let's just rebuild everything. Okay. Okay. Set up CI. Let's just call it set up CI, and this is going to be a reference to the second issue. And let's just push that right into the repo. Let's just push that right into the repo. Is CI control interface? No, it's called continuous integration. The name has a very long history. It has a very long history. But yeah, you can Google it up and just read about why it is called like that. All right. So, did we create a pull request? Alright, and let's just wait for continuous integration, so hopefully it will initiate. Also, I think once we have a continuous integration, we also should have a badge that proves that our project, compiles and hence works, right? So, yep, I'm gonna put it somewhere here. I'm gonna replace CM with RCUI. There we go. Add GitHub Actions badge. Let's push that. So, okay, it's failing already. I like it. And I wonder if it's failing because of cancellation. Probably not. Okay. Oh, shit. So yeah, we didn't have a CI and it completely neglected any linting and formatting issue because there was nothing that would force me to fix them. I see. Let's actually finally go ahead and just run clippy. I'm gonna do clean. Read FAQ, but still wonder what keyboard you use. Any tips? Well, read FAQ one more time. Clipping. Cool. So what do we have here? Default, you should consider adding a default implementation for dummy. Why I should consider that? For further information, visit new without default. That's a very interesting suggestion. So what is that? Check for types with new method. I see. So we have a new without any arguments. Maybe you want to also have a default. Yeah, I see that. Do we really need that? Is it possible to do something like derive default? Is that a thing you can do? That would be actually kind of cool. Okay, it does compile. So, and what about clipping now? Oh, okay, so you can just derive default. I didn't know that. Nice. Called map f value where f is a closure that returns a unit type. Okay, so they suggested me to use iflet instead. Okay, I see. That makes sense. Alright, so that means I can do it like that. Wait. Oh my god. Wait a second. Yeah. I see. So it has to be like this. Then like this. Yeah, boy, we're getting there. We're learning Rust. Probably. Unit variant. I see. Cool. Oh, that's it actually. We fixed all of the clippy remarks. That's super cool. There were only 2 of them. 2. Fix cargo clippy remarks. Oh, hi remark. And let's do cargo FMT. Welp. Oof. Yeah, this is what you get when you don't have any CI that actually, constantly complains about formatting and shit. Yeah. Fix cargo FMT remarks, and we're gonna push that right into the repo. Nice. Let's celebrate and drink some tea. All right. So we're just waiting for the continuous integration, and hopefully it will be... Yes. Cool. So, do we have any other issues to work on? While we're waiting, of course. What else do we have? Try init color instead of init pair. We can try, because this is some sort of like a new mechanism of incurses that I've never worked with. So I would like to explore init color instead of init pair. So for the context, in incurses right now, we use a mechanism called init pair, which requires you to initialize these discrete pairs of colors, right? So, and I thought that this is the mechanism that you have to use in incurses. Apparently there is another one called init color, which accepts RGB channels and stuff like that. So, and yeah, I was thinking maybe that's going to be a little bit more convenient way of handling things. So the init color routine changes the definition of a color. It takes 4 arguments, the number of the color to be changed followed by RGB values. For the amount of red, green and blue components, the value of the first argument must be... I see. So basically you still have like a fixed palette, right? But you can change the definition of this palette. I'm not sure if it's that important right now. Yeah, it's not that important right now. So the current mechanism kind of works fine. Operations for page up and page down, more control over the child proportions of row column. This one actually is kind of important, I think. I think we need to do something about that one. I think we need to do something about that one, because if you take a look at the grid, right? At the grid. Yep. All of the cells of the grid, they have the same proportion, right? So basically we have a space and we always divide it evenly for all of the elements. But what if we want, for example, one element be less stretchy than another one, right? So maybe we want them to take like different kind of proportion of the space. So we need some sort of mechanisms to facilitate that somehow. And yeah, so this is what I wanted to address in that specific issue. More control over child proportions of row and column. So as far as I know, in Qt, it is solved that you add an element to like a layout and you can associate a number of how stretchy it is. So, and yeah, so the stretchiness is calculated relative to the elements themselves. I wonder what it takes to render border around the grid elements. I think it will require creating an actual grid element. So something like this will not probably work properly, because what we did here, we just created a column with the rows and only then the elements. So yeah, we'll need like a grid component that straight up contains these elements without like intermediate layer of rows. And yeah, I think that's what will be required here. So the grid right now is sort of a hack. Nice one. The fuck. Hello Droko87, welcome to the stream. Alright, and I think we're ready to merge. So our continuous integration is green, so let's just merge it. Very motivational bot, very motivational bot. I really like it. So let's go and switch to the master and fetch the latest changes. So yeah, we finally have CI set up. I'm so proud of it. So proud of it. So let's work on more control over child proportions of row and column. Yeah. So it's gonna be something like 12. There we go. First of all, it reminds you stuff even when Zozin is offline. Apparently, yeah, I've seen him actually like scheduling some stuff offline. It's actually pretty cool. All right, so we need to go to the row. So struct row. Here it is. So, and what we have here right now, we have a group. Yeah. So row is a wrapper around the group. Okay, so that means we'll have to find the group itself. Yeah, we have to find the group itself. So, and here we have the vector of widgets. Right. So an idea could be to associate some sort of a number, like proportions, vec use size. Right. So, and it's some sort of a parallel array, but we might as well actually merge them together by the means of tuples, but I'm not sure how readable that is. And yeah, that definitely creates a problem because now this is not really widgets, it's widgets plus their proportions. So, and changing that will cause all sorts of problems here and so on and so forth. So right now it would be easier just to have like a parallel array, but maybe later we're gonna fix that. So, and proportions is a very long name, I don't like it. Props, let's call it props. Yeah, and how are we gonna even calculate all of that? So, my paint. Tossing evidence. What the hell is going on in the chat? Are you okay, chat? Props could be confused with properties. Thank you. I shall remove my entire project now. This is a unfixable flaw. I should stop everything else and think about the proper name. Okay, so we have this like row of these things, right? So pretend that they have the same size, okay? They have the same size. Hello, Homikovi, welcome to the stream. So, and let's imagine that initially each individual widget, right, has a 0 associated with it, right? All of them have 0. But then I want to say that I want the first one to be bigger than the rest of them. And I'll assign 1 to it. What that means? And for example, if you have something like, let's actually do it like this. So this is going to be 1, 1. This is going to be 2, right? So this one is going to be the biggest. This one, these ones are going to be smaller, and these ones are going to be the smallest. I think I have an idea. Yeah, essentially, we're gonna have the following layouting. We're gonna take this thing. So essentially you have only 3 sizes here, right? Even though you have like numbers associated with all of that, you have only 3 sizes. It's 0, 1, and 2, and nothing else. So how we're gonna do the layouting? You have this thing. By the way, I'm making up algorithm right now. I'm not sure how practical this is, but I'm just making something up. Essentially, you start with the biggest element you want to have, with the biggest size you want to have, right? The biggest size. So you divide this entire thing in half, right? And for example, this is the value, this is rather the size allocated for elements that are equal to, right? And this is allocated for the elements that are less than 2. Something like that, right? And then we continue the layouting. So we take this space, we divide it by like in half, and for example this size is allocated for the elements that are equal than 1, right? And this is allocated for everything that is less than 1, and we have this like sort of division algorithm that redistributes the sizes for all of them. Does it make any sense? Does it make any sense? It's actually pretty, yeah, so, and it could be interesting. And then once we know all of the sizes of these like elements, we can iterate through widgets. We can even build some sort of a map, right? We can build map. So you have 0, 1, and 2, right? And now we also know their sizes. So there's a size like width 0, width 1, and width 2. So this is lookup table, and then you iterate through the widgets, and through the lookup table you know how thick the widget has to be. And yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool, and maybe we want to like experiment with this algorithm in a separate program, just, you know, mathematically and stuff like that, just to see how it's gonna work. So yeah. So, sounds cool. I really like that. I'm not gonna actually remove the tablet yet. And also, before we're gonna do that, I want to make a small break. It's gonna be how many minutes? Let's say it's gonna be 3 minutes, because I also need to refill my water and stuff like that. We'll see how it goes. So let's make a small break, boys and girls, and you guys have fun. Yo, what's up? Welcome back, everyone. So let's continue working on that, working on the layouting algorithm. So I want to experiment with the layouting algorithm in a separate file right now, not in the main program. So let's imagine that we have some sort of width of the widget that we try to redistribute among several widgets. So it's going to be something like, let's say, 420. Why not? 420. And then we're going to have widgets themselves. And widgets are going to be essentially simply the numbers, like 0, 0, 0, blah, 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 blah. And we can take a look at the example here. Right. So we can have 2, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 2, 1, 1, 0, 0. And what's cool is that they do not necessarily have to be like sorted. So the point is that they can be like in a completely different order. So this is like the order that we expect. So the first phase of the algorithm is going to be collecting how to say that, collecting the proportions. So what I need to do here, I essentially need to remove duplicates, right? I suppose I can just take this vector and put it into a set, and that will give me only unique sizes here, right? Collecting unique proportions, collecting unique proportions, that's what we're doing here. So this is the first step. So I don't know how to work with sets in Rust, so let's actually find out. I think it has to be something like hash set or tree set. I know that there is a B-tree set, right? So they have like a, is it literally B-tree? Yes, I think it's literally B-tree. So we can do B-tree set, and you can insert everything there, but can I directly convert vector into the set? So so there should be something like maybe from. Right, let's take a look at from. I might as well actually do something like unique props. B-tree set, it literally B-tree map. Okay, so yeah, nice to know. So it doesn't really change anything for us right now, but yeah, thank you. That's an interesting piece of information. Is it already defined like that in the source code? Show the declaration. Yeah, yeah. It's no. My brain read it as a map. I'm gonna take a look at this source code. Yeah, they just rub it around. They just wrapped a B-tree map. I see. Yeah, it's funny. So I'm thinking how we can do that. Can I do something like widget iter and then collect into B-tree? I might as well actually do it like that, right? So B-tree set, and can I do it like that? Because sort of the element is known, so I think it should be able to derive that, but I'm not 100% sure because I'm not a Rust developer. So unique props. So, and I also need to import something, so I'm pretty sure I'll need to std collections, yes. So let's use std collections, b-tree set, and bit reset. Funny. Rust C main rs, and it doesn't. Yeah. Okay. So because it has to be floating point. Cool. Let's try to run that thing now. If I run it. It did it. It did the magic. So yeah, so I can just reset. Yeah. So this is the easiest way to collect all of the unique sizes. And the cool thing about B-tree is that it ensures that this thing is going to be sorted, right? So that's what it ensures. But I kind of want it to be sorted like in an opposite direction, right? But maybe it doesn't matter, actually. Maybe it doesn't matter. Are the comparators for B-tree set customizable? Because I'm pretty sure we can just reverse these numbers and that's not going to change anything. So we'll put for the B3 set. So the element has to be ORD, right? So the element has to be ORD. Is there any way to... I forgot, Haskell had a very interesting type that would mirror the ordering. I forgot the name of that type. Does anybody remember? I think it was called flip type. This is such an interesting type, by the way. Yes, it is a flip type. No, is it not? No. I forgot the name of it. Does anybody know what I'm talking? Down, yes. Oh my god, somebody actually knows that. Down, exactly. That's such a cool type. I'm really sorry if it was too loud, but I was super excited. Okay, so imagine that you have something here. Thank you, Boomerang. Thank you. I'm gonna even trust you. Yes, because you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. So imagine that you have something like this, right? 1 is less than 2. And then if you wrap it in down, it's not gonna work because you have to wrap it like that. And it's not gonna work either because you have to import it from data ORD, right? You see what's going on here? You see what's going on here? So basically, it takes the underlying types and inverses ordering for them. So essentially, if you want to order elements like in an opposite order, you can just wrap them in down and put them, for example, in a tree, and they're going to be reversed in the tree. So this is such a cool idea, actually. Right. And I was thinking, does Rust have anything like that? And it's not like it's difficult to implement something like that. If Rust doesn't have that, I might implement it myself. All right, where's the... Yeah, this is super cool. Down. Oh wait, it has downcast? Oh shit, Boxed has downcast. And it even returns... Oh shit, okay. So the reason why I was contemplating with box and like stuff for custom events is I didn't know that you can downcast like that. And you can even downcast safely because it returns the result for use. Oh shit. Nice. That side tracking was actually pretty good. I'm learning a lot about things, but yeah. So I'm gonna put that on the back burner. Maybe we'll go back to that. So maybe we're gonna use downcasting, but downcasting is bad, say OOP people. But luckily, we are not OOP people. Yes, we're not OP people, so we don't give a shit, so we can downcast things. Because it's useful for our situation. UPP. I'm old people. How old are you? On a scale of not very much and much. But I don't know anything about downcasting, so it's okay. I see. What I was doing? I want you to implement down. Yeah. So essentially, I want to do struct down, and we're gonna have t, and we're gonna have unwrap t. There we go. And what we need to implement here, we need to implement the following thing. ORD for down t, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. So, you see what I'm trying to do here, chat? You see what I'm trying to do? No implementation for... Where did I do a fuck you? Okay, so it has to be also equal. Okay, so plus EQ. Is that what I want? Well, we have to start with AQ then. No implementation. Okay, so can I just derive it then? You need partial. Ah, yeah, partial. But can I just do it like naturally? Like derive? Are we hacking the mainframe? You're so original, my god. Yes. Twitch is full of original people. It's unbelievable. Anyway, so impl then TORD. And I wonder if I have to add all of these things there as well. Or maybe they're implied. Okay. ORD for down T. Maybe they're not, because I'm not really planning to touch partial equation. Okay. Partial ORD. Are you fucking serious? Oh, you said partial ORD. Oh my god, I'm blind then. I'm sorry. So I thought partial equation. Alright. Partial ORD. Blind, literally blind. I believe Haskell's down is std CMP reverse. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, why didn't they call it down then? Okay, that's cool. This track is helpful for use function, so it's okay. Alright, declaration. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you have to implement or derive partial already first. So I'll keep that in mind, but luckily we don't even have to do that because apparently it exists in the standard library. So it's called reverse. Let's actually give it a try. That's actually super cool. Thank you so much, Boomerang. Thank you. So essentially, how can we do that? I can map it. I think I can just do map, and I'm not sure if I can use data constructors as functions. Is that a thing I can do? CMP reverse. Probably not. You can. Okay, cool. That's actually super cool. Would you look at that? 210. Okay. So we can remove that. And this is 012. Oh shit. That's actually super cool. So thank you so much. Yeah. Nice. I like that. It's almost like Haskell, but with the worst syntax. Yeah, boy. So that means we can start iterating all of that. And less powerful. Yeah, I guess I can see that. To be fair, I will still need to have like a map between the elements and their sizes, their actual sizes. So what I need to collect here, in fact, I think I need to collect here B-tree map, and I wonder if it will work as I expected. B-tree map, and I want the value that I'm gonna store there is gonna be float. I want the float. Let's see if it's gonna work. Cannot be built. Okay, this is understandable. But I suppose I can do the following thing. I can just do it like this. So so this is gonna be that, and x 0. Will that work? Oh shit, it worked. Okay. So I wonder if I can iterate B-tree map and also be able to set the values for that B-tree map while I'm iterating it. So that's a good question. If I can do that, that would be actually ideal. So B-tree map. So iter mute, that's what I'm looking for. Gets a mutable iterator over the entries of the mat sorted by the key. Perfect. This is actually perfect, believe it or not. Yeah, and then I can update that value. Absolutely perfect. So we have a key and value. Rather, here we have a proportion prop and width, like the actual width, in unique props. Iterate mutable. There we go. So, and I'm pretty sure I can even unpack the reverse right away, like this. And this is where it all starts. This is where it all starts. So, yeah. Okay. So, so this is the width. So the actual width has to be like this. Initially, it's that. I might as well get rid of this thing and just put it here. Don't forget them. Oh yeah, thank you so much. But I mean, compiler will tell me. Yeah. Prop width. So in prop width is gonna be half of the width, and then we split. Oh, we might as well actually. Yeah, we can just do something like this. Or maybe for... Does it make sense? Probably. And you might as well do something like this. So again, we're emulating this algorithm that I was talking about, right? So the algorithm is that we have the whole width, then we split it in half. Half goes to the biggest element, another half goes to the smallest elements. So this is how it's gonna go. Yeah, cool. After that, after we assigned all of these things, I've just realized that I don't even need this thing, so it doesn't even matter in this case. Let's try to run it, and this is what we got. So 2 has this size, 1 has this size, and 0 has this size. Right, so we successfully calculated all of the required sizes here. So the next thing to do now is to take the original widgets and assign their corresponding sizes. So this is how it's going to go. Widgets, iterate, map. So this is the proportion. And once we know the proportion, we need to query it in unique proportions, right? Unique proportions. So I think it's something like get. Yeah. Something like get, and it gives us an option. Prop. But what's interesting is that here's the invariant. Proportion should exist in this map, and that's why we're gonna unwrap it. Expect. Try it to query non-existing proportion. There we go. And here we get the size, the actual width. We get the actual width. And we should return it, actually. We just have to return it. I just realized that. Yeah. So, and then we collect it into a vector. Right, then we collect it into a vector of this thing. I wonder if it can derive the type, and then we can just print it. We can just print it. So that should be it. Oh yeah, I actually forgot. So first step, unique proportions, right? So what's the next step? If prop is given to exist, can't you just unwrap? Yeah, that's why I'm doing expect. But I wanted to just provide a message to to explain what happens. So yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to have a message. So So isn't expect the same as unwrap, but with the message? It's basically unwrap. So here, did I do void again? God damn it! I don't even notice that at all. Layouting, and then applying layout sizes. There we go. So does it have to be? Oh, can I pattern match inside of here? Oh yeah. So this thing is the reverse. Expected reference font type. Yeah. So that's what we have to do, because the map stores reverses, so that's why we have to take that into account. Okay. Cool. Reference. Nice. Epic. If it compiles, it works, right? If it compiles, it works. It kind of looks like a sad smiley face, to be fair. Well, the fact that they instantly recognize this problem actually doesn't make it that bad. So, but yeah, here's the idea. So here are the original sizes, the original proportions that I was talking about. Here are the calculated sizes. Yeah. So you see, the bigger the number, the bigger width it gives us, essentially. So this is my idea for the algorithm, and you know, more like control over proportions and stuff like that. I'm not sure how useful of an algorithm this is going to be, but that's essentially it. And it's actually pretty simple to implement. You just need to, you know, sets and maps and stuff like that. Wait. It's almost like a camel. Yeah. But for some reason, in a camel, it doesn't really debate you that often, because a camel doesn't have curly braces. So curly braces make my brain think that this is C, and in C I put semicolon at the end of the statement, right? So yeah. So, and we also need to check that the sum of these things, it looks like CSS grid frames one fair. To be fair, I know nothing about these CSS frames. It's a camel with C syntax. Yeah, that's what it is. So we also need to check that the sum of this entire stuff is equal to the original width. So we should be able to quickly do that. So, and I'm thinking how we can do that. Do the iterators have some method, or do I have to use fold for that? Oh yeah, they do have some. Is layouting an actual word? Well, I don't really care, because I just made it up. Anyway, so sum, yeah, sum is something that is summable. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. So that means instead of collecting, I can just do sum smash. And cannot infer type as. Okay. There's no sum for F32? Really? Oh, because they're references or something. Okay, so maybe I can do something like this. Maybe I can dereference it and okay, sum by itself is an iterator, right? It's an iterator, which means that I have to collect it into I suppose I then need to collect it into a number. Do I understand it correctly? Sum f32, maybe. But sum by itself is just an iterator. That's what's interesting about it. So you sort of have to force it. F32. Okay, it worked. And the original sum is actually bigger. And I wonder why. Huh. Why would it be? Oh, it's a trait, I see. Oh shit, I'm blind, I'm sorry, thank you. Okay, so we have a flaw in the algorithm, so something is definitely fucky-wackish. So it has to be 420, but it is not 420. It is not 420 enough. It's actually more than 420, and I'm not sure why. Ah, I see. I see what's going on. Yeah. Because the actual size is gonna be half divided by their amount. What's up, Christian? Welcome to the stream. Yeah. So it's gonna be half divided by their amount. So what we need to do instead here is to actually, calculate their amounts. Calculate their amounts. And that actually means that I have to go back completely. So I have to get rid of that, and rethink how I do this kind of stuff. Because, yeah. I think you cannot do this stuff easily. So the way we have to do that, we have to iterate through the widgets and just maintain the map ourselves. So that's probably going to be the way to go. So it's going to be println. So basically I need to do a group by of some sort. Props. So we have that. So let's quickly do the following thing. So, and what we need to do here is iterate over widgets. Widget in widgets iter. So in B-tree, I need to take an element, I mean the value, but I also be able to provide the default one. Get default. Okay, if I do get, I can get mutable. Returns a mutable reference to the value corresponding. It shouldn't be that bad because I can get and then set and so on and so forth. Okay, that makes sense. All right. So this one is not sure if it's going to be mutable or not, but we'll see. So this one is going to be mutable. Results. B-tree map. Is it int? So we're gonna I32. Maybe use size. Let's use size. And also use size for the amount of them. So it's going to be like this. Result get widget, right? Unwrap or 1. I'm just thinking. Is that a good one? Because, okay, so we can map that x plus 1 and then unwrap or 1, right, if it's empty. And then we can instantly set it, right? We can set widget and that value. I think this is how you update the map, right? So that's essentially how you do that. But what's funny is that I think it has to be reversed. This has to be reversed. And that means, yeah. There we go. So, and after that, we're gonna return that result. Almost did the same mistake. Almost did the same mistake. And it didn't compile. Yep. Widgets. So help, there is an associated function with a similar name get. Is it not called set? Is it called put? Or update? Wait. You can insert, but you can update by doing get mute. I see the workflow they're trying to impose on me. I see what they're trying to do here. So, okay, so essentially what they want from me is if let some what's supposed to be count, let's call it C, result get reverse widget, right? If that exists, what I have to do is essentially C plus 1. Otherwise, I'll have to result insert reverse widget 1. That's what I have to do. Is that what they expect me? I think that's what they expect from me. I think that's what they expect from me. Okay, so expected found std expected reference. Okay, okay. So usize found integer. All right. So maybe I can do something like this. It's going to be usize then, so it couldn't infer it properly. All right. That's really strange. Okay, so this is a similar situation, I suppose. Oh, you Rust. Okay. Expected track, okay. One more time. Well, it should work. Maybe I have to do it like that then. Really? Do I have to do it like that? Okay, so it has to be mutable. Well, no, it doesn't have to be mutable. It have to be mutable here. Yeah. Now it works. Cool. So, yeah, so now we see how many of those things we have. So that's exactly what I was trying to achieve. I need to, like, do this group by thingy. What you guys were talking about? Line 12? What's left? Line 12? I didn't see. Where is? There's no problem. Everything's okay. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Okay. Cool. So we have unique props. To be fair, maybe this thing should be called like props frequency, but that's okay. But I think now we need to turn this into the sizes. Yeah. I want to rename this thing props frequency. So it's going to be props frequency. There we go. That's going to be the new thing. Collecting computing proportions frequencies. That's what we're doing. We're computing proportion frequencies. All right. So now we need to calculate props sizes. Right. That's what we're trying to do. Calculating prop sizes. All right. So now this is the width that we have. Then we take proportion frequencies. So this is that proportion frequency. We'll need the proportion number and its frequency. Right. Proportion number and its frequency. So the actual, yeah. So now I'll have to do props frick get. What do I get from them? I get this thing, and that gives me the frequency. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm already iterating them. I'm an idiot. So, I see. Oh my god. Yeah, I need to do this thing. It's gonna be mute result, and this is gonna be another B tree where you have proportion and you have size, but the size has to be F32, I think, F32. To be fair, to make things easier to read, I want to introduce like a couple of aliases. So I want to have like proportion type, so it's going to be that. Then we're going to have a frequency type, and we're going to have a size type, and size type is going to be F32. So here we have proportions, and we have a map of proportions to their frequencies, something like this, and then we construct a map of proportions to their sizes. So now it's a little bit easier to read, right? So it's reversed because we want to iterate them in a reversed order. To be fair, do we have a map? Can you, so if you do iter mute, or maybe just iter, you can transform the entire map into something, but I'm not sure how fast it would be. Maybe it's easier to actually keep it in reversed all the time. So yeah, but yeah, so it's gonna be prop to size. There we go. And we're iterating through all of that, and I'm gonna remove it for now. Result get property, and we need to check if we even have so just realize that I don't like that this variable is called C. I want to call it frac. There we go. So in here we're gonna have some size. To be fair, it shouldn't exist there. It really shouldn't exist there if you think about it. Which means that what we're doing here essentially is that iterate, then map, and when we're mapping it, we're gonna do prop frick, right? And what we have to return here is a prop width, half of the width, after width divided by the frequency. But we also need to turn the frequency into float, right? So as F32, or maybe as size. Yeah, that will be actually make a little bit more sense. And maybe we can do width 0.5, and in that case we can just use width then. There we go. So that's a little bit better. Okay, that makes sense. And then we're collecting all of that into the original map. Yeah, we're collecting all of that into B-tree map like this, and we're returning all of that here. There we go. That's cool. Okay, so prop sizes. We have prop sizes. That's cool. That's cool. And I want to print all of them. I want to print all of them, and prop sizes. We need sizes, please. Okay, so this is not how it works. Okay, yeah, sure. Are you gonna compile now? Are you gonna compile now, please? Okay, cool. Use size. Okay, so all of that is that, and there we go. There we go. Here are the calculated sizes. On top of that, I think we could probably unwrap the prop to make it not reversed. Yeah, there we go. So it's unwrapped now as well. It's unwrapped now as well. That's cool. That's cool. That's very cool. Like it. Yeah, these are more correct sizes. Computing proportions, frequency, converting frequencies to sizes, right? To sizes. Applying the computed sizes. All right, so now let's actually try to do all of that. So instead of props frequencies, we have to use prop sizes. We have to use prop sizes, and we don't even have to do that, I think. I think we can just do that. Yeah, boy. Okay, so that didn't work as well. Because, yeah, it kind of makes sense. But does it make sense? Well, I mean, you guessed it because of a coincidence. These three numbers should not end up to 420. But these three numbers are not equal to that either, aren't they? Just compute them. Are they equal to this sum? Are they? I don't think so. So yeah, they are not equal to 420, but not for the reason you think they are. Not. Okay? So I need to make a cup of tea. Hello, MoveX. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? See, we're doing a pretty boring shit today. Everyone left. Because we're crunching numbers and there's nothing interesting about that. Am I right? No epic frameworks, no epic visual effects, nothing. We're just doing like a pure math. And nobody understands what the fuck is going on. Classic, am I right? Fucking classic. You're fine. Okay, that's actually nice to hear that. It's actually very nice to hear. Maybe I didn't put enough buzzwords into my title, that's probably why. Nobody likes the brain based stuff, yeah. Because I Zoizim, I don't understand. Alright. Which programming language is this? This is PHP. This is PHP. Maybe my title is too difficult to parse. Maybe that's the problem. I came up with an easier to parse title. Alright, so I'm gonna go turn on my kettle and yeah, just a second, it's gonna be super quick. I'm back. Welcome back, Zuzin. So I know what exactly is going on, by the way. I know what exactly is going on. So we have three kinds of proportions, right? We have three kinds of them. We need to detect that we are on the last proportion. So let me see. Let me see. Wait, I forget. Did I turn it on? I remember that I poured water into the kettle, but I don't remember if I turned it on. I'm sorry. Fucking OCD. Yeah. So essentially, yeah, for 20, right? Half goes into the left one, and this is the next one, and then half of that. So we have 0, 1. Half of that goes into 1, and then half of that goes into 1. Okay, so that makes sense. We need to like detect somehow that we are on the last element. Yes, so I know how to even solve that. If last element, right, if this is a last element, if not last element, you do that. If last, don't even mess with width. How can we compute last element? How can we know that this is the last element? What's the hack with PHP? I have no idea. Oh, JIT compiler, yeah. So basically they copy-pasted the Lua JIT compiler into PHP, and now that's that created hype around it. Is there any super easy way to do that? Is there any super easy way to do that? So the only thing I want to know is that the last element? I don't freaking know. Is there any way to get the smallest one, the minimum one, from the B tree? Min. Yeah. Iterate, enumerate. Not a bad idea, I suppose. Okay, thank you. We can try to do that. So, and what that gives us, I suppose, is an index, right? And that index has to be something like if like less props frequency length -1. And there we go. Fixed it. See? Easy. Fucking easy. Telling you. It's still working. But yeah. That works. That fucking works. So now, instead of doing sum, I want to collect into a vector and just see what's going to be the result. And here is the result. So, and yeah. So let me see. This is a more correct version right here. So this is that. Might as well do it like this. Like this, and there we go. So you see, the bigger the number, the bigger proportion it gets, right? So the bigger the number, the bigger proportion. Yeah, that's very cool. What's funny is that if you have something like 1 to like 0, 1 to 3, 0, 1 to 3, it doesn't really affect anything, which is kind of sad. 2, 1, 0. 0 actually got bigger shit. What the fuck? It should actually get the smallest one. This algorithm is fucked. Alright, I think we'll need to think about different algorithm. My kettle is ready, so I'm gonna go brew the tea, and then we can think about better algorithm. You. Oh shit! We have new people in the chat. The simpler title works. Hello everyone. How everyone is doing? Yeah, you see, the problem was my title was too complex to parse for people. Yeah. Look at that, chat. Look at that. My original title was like Epic Declarative TUI Rust Framework. What the fuck? I changed it to Rust Framework, and now the viewership increased. Like it's easier to parse people. It grabs people attention. This is too complex. It just doesn't work. Hello, good. Hello, welcome, Tiny Goliath. Welcome. So yeah, this is how Twitch works, right? So if you have a complicated title, people are not gonna click it because it's just difficult to parse. Tuning proportion is set at 1 and not 0. What doesn't... I don't know. This is exactly what we're figuring out, by the way. So this is how research project works. You go into the research project, you don't know. Like, you literally don't know what you need to do. You need to, like, have a mechanism that gives you control over proportion and stuff like that. And this is what we're trying to figure out. There is no should or should not. We're trying to figure out. So... just make the title... Nah, this is the problem, Nicole Comte, with the science and technology section. Science and technology... People in science and technology section are not that dumb, right? They're pretty smart individuals, right? Because they're interested in science and technology and programming. So you have to clickbait those people slightly differently, right? All of this, like, shit with money doesn't really work well, right? So, yeah. Yeah, Rainbow. You came up with a better programming title. Yes. The programming language sponsored by Microsoft. Cool. Now. So what we're trying to figure out here is what this number means. Does not 0 mean an actual size? No, it doesn't mean actual size. It means that the elements with size 0 should be smaller than elements with the size 1. And this is what our algorithm is supposed to figure out. Right. So this is what it's supposed to figure out. But how are we going to exactly do that? That's a good question. And what's funny is that why the original idea didn't work. Let's find out. So it gave us this thing. Oh no, it actually went relatively correct. I think it went relatively... Yeah, it is correct. So 2... Yeah, 2 is biggest. Is the biggest. Maybe that's exactly what I want. I think I'm a genius. All right, so how the previous algorithm worked. So essentially you have certain width and height, right? You have certain width and height, and imagine that you have 4 widgets. What you essentially do, you just divide it by 4. Right, 1, 2, 4. Imagine that they have equal width. So what number should mean? The number should mean that the widget should act like this amount of widgets, right? For example, if the number for widget is 2, that means it should act in layouting as 2 widgets. So if we have something like 1, 1, 1, 2, what essentially we do here, we do not divide width by 4, we divide it by 5 because this one acts like 2. This is a much simpler algorithm, and I think it gives even better results. So this is what we need to implement. Yeah. So this is essentially research. We're researching what layouting algorithm would be better. I love Rust, now trying to Haskell for my thesis. Oh yeah, Haskell is actually pretty cool when you're in university and writing theses and stuff like that. It's amazing language. It's kind of difficult to use in an actual production in industry, but for academic researches and stuff like that, it's just fucking amazing. Love it. Love it. I wish it was more applicable to reality. Okay, So no 0. Yeah, this time we're not gonna have 0. This is the tabular environment column with layout in LaTeX as well. Really? I didn't know that. Even though I used LaTeX, but I didn't know that it treated like that. But it kind of makes sense. So I'm not surprised that like I came to the same conclusion essentially. Never messed with it. Just wondering. I'm trying to spread out from JS and TS. Oh yeah. So I think like in 5-6 years, JavaScript is going to be like JavaScript infrastructure is going to be the second JVM. Right. Not everybody knows that, but there is like a huge market of JVM applications, and if you got into that market, you pretty much never can get out of there because the companies have too much legacy code written for JVM. So I think the similar situation will happen to JavaScript environment as well. At some point, the hype around JavaScript will die out. There will be a lot of legacy code bases that needs to be supported, and companies will pay huge money to maintain that in JavaScript. And if you get into the JavaScript infrastructure, you won't be able to get out of there. So. But that's my prediction based on the previous situations, right? So I just extrapolated what I've seen in the past. Well, I sure hope JS will die. It probably won't, because people already wrote shit ton of code. Like it won't die for the same reason why Java won't die and Cabal won't die and Fortran won't die, because there are programs that actually make money. So yeah, I don't think so. So yeah, I guess ready for TSMR. My tea is ready, so I'm about to, you know, pour it into my cup. About to pour it into my cup. There we go. I hope it falls out of popularity. Oh, it will. It definitely will. So the market always comes up with a new shiny thing for people to chase. So obviously it will eventually. But the thing is, instead of JavaScript, maybe we're gonna have something even more cancerous than JavaScript. That's the problem. So even if Java like dies out in popularity, something else will come in, and there's a huge probability that is going to be even more cancerous than that. I'm sorry, Zhang, but yeah. Okay. JavaScript. No, it's going to be called JS script. Yeah, that's a good name. That's a good name, JS script. What Rust? Rust is a programming language. All right, let's actually give it a try. So this is what we have here, and the algorithm actually is way simpler. Is way simpler than it was before. So I'm gonna call it props. Do we need frequencies? We don't even need frequencies. That's what's cool about it. So so then we're gonna have a const width f32, and it's gonna be 420. By the way, Jiang, how are your exams? Did you pass them? Is everything okay? Hope's everything okay. JS script. Yes. Okay, so we need to take this entire thing, and I suppose we just need to take a summary. I will know. Oh, so basically there's some time while they're graded. Okay, I see. Well, good luck. Hope everything's gonna be okay. Back in my days was like 9 years ago. Well, tell to a 16 years old Zoomer that 9 years ago is a short period of time. Okay. Okay, Boomer. So, as F32. So this is what we do. So we just sum them up. Too many companies running on JS to phase out anytime soon. That's exactly what they said, I suppose. That's exactly what they said. DW. All right, and the next thing we can do pops. I wanted to call it props, but they call it pops. I'm gonna keep it pops. Why not? So, and because of that, I might as well also rename this entire thing to pop. So then we want to iterate over these things. Maybe I want to even map them. Right. Oh shit, this is such a simpler algorithm than whatever I was trying to come up with. Yeah, that monstrosity was not simple at all. And then I can just take this and... Oh shit. I'm now mad. Like, why is it so easy? And then if I try to print a len, I guess I was overthinking it. I was definitely overthinking it. Look, the gorilla. Did I say hi to you? Welcome. Really glad to see you, by the way. Alright, so what do we have here? So width, remove parentheses, okay. What else do we have here? So we don't need that, and I suppose we don't need that. Yeah, this is a way simpler algorithm. F32. I mean, this one has to be a size for it to work. Method not found. Yeah, I have to do iter. Forgot. And this one also has to be iter. Not implemented, use size. Okay. Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? Yes, it. Okay, that's cool. So that makes more sense. Yeah. So now, if I have like 3 of them, yeah, if I have 3 of them, this is much simpler algorithm to work with. Like if I have 10, yeah. Okay, so yeah, so this is what we ended up with. Like this is way simpler than I was trying to come up with before. All right. So let's try to adapt that to the actual thingy that we're developing. I wonder how exactly we're gonna adapt it. So it's gonna be in a group. All right. So this is a group, and I want them to be stored. Did we have a POG moment? Yeah. So we came up with a simpler proportion algorithm than before. I accidentally swiped back. Ooh. Well, I already removed all of the code because it was experimental, but we're gonna re-implement it in here anyway. Don't worry about it. So I wonder how do I want to do that? Like, because I can just wrap it with that, but that will force the user to think about these things. So I'm kind of thinking we can introduce an enumeration. I have no idea how to call that enumeration, but it's gonna have 2 constructors. It's gonna have 2 constructors. First one is basically stretched, right? Let's go to width size. And it's essentially uSize plus the box, right? And without size box. You still have to type a lot of stuff. That's the problem here. Still have to type a lot of stuff. Doesn't look very nice. I really like it. But anyway, so maybe for like we're gonna have like special constructors and whatnot. Because what I want to have essentially in the examples, I just want to say, okay, I want this cell to be slightly bigger, right? And to do that, I'm gonna just do something like this, right? But from the point of view of type system, how easy it is to do something like that? So maybe, does Rust have any kind of user-defined implicit conversion? Well, there's only explicit one as far as I know, but maybe we can do like a explicit one. But yeah. So we can try to do something like, it has to be always the cell, right? It has to be always the cell. And then you can do something like cell size, and you can do it like that. Yeah, I think this is the easiest way to go. Yeah, I think this is the easiest way to go. Basically, exactly what I wanted in the first place. Enum cell, right? And this is going to be just a cell. Boxed-in widget, right? And then cell sized is going to be boxed-in widget, like this. Is Rust a superset or compiled to something on web? That's a very interesting question. I've never was defeated by such a question before. Like, this question, like, literally defeated me. Like, is Rust green or just a liquid? I don't know how to answer that. Like, so... what? Okay, so Rust. Rust is a statically typed, strongly statically typed, native compiled language. You can take this combination of words and put them into Google and just research what each individual word means. But it also can compile to things like WASM. It actually has several targets. Like, it has x86, ARM, you know, the main, like, you know, architectures, and also WASM, which technically means that it can run on web, but it can run on web in a WebAssembly environment, which makes it slightly difficult to interact with JS. But as far as I know, the Rust compiler also generates a little bit of JS. It also compiles to RISC-V. I see. So, yeah. Spear 5, really? It compiles to that? Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Didn't know that. All right. So, and now, essentially, what we're gonna have a cell. So that means I can only access the cell like this, right? Cell 1. I think that's the easiest one. One. I would like to. Let's go to menu. Yeah, that's cool. So, and this is where we can do something like this. So this is going to be the cell, and you can only construct like a vector of cells. What's more, it can compile to both Linux and RISC-V, although only with glibc and bare RISC-V. Nice. That's... oh shit! I want to try it. Oh shit! Imagine like writing like a simple operating system in Rust for RISC-V and running it in QEMA. Oh shit! That's a god content. I want to see that. Well, thank you, then. This is actually pretty cool. Pinpog. But what's funny is that Pinpog relies a lot on bias API, right? So if you run QEMA with RISC-V, can you have a bias? Can you have the same bias and... Wait a second, this is actually super suspicious. Let me take a look at your user card. No, nothing suspicious. Okay, for a second I thought maybe it's a bot or something, but no, doesn't seem like it. Okay, so what I was doing, don't remember what I was doing. Yeah, I was trying to compile this thing. So let's do cargo build. So it's a single widget. Okay. So here we're constructing a column, so this has to be a cell. So we don't really have cells. This is because we have to go to the group and make this cell public. That's right. Probably I also have to make the constructors public as well. Because Rust can't execute on the client side, only the server side. But if you compile it to WASM, alright, so here's the widget. So can I have like implementation of a cell? Must compile to WASM is no longer Rust. Yeah, I see. So let's call it get widget, and it's gonna return box din widget. So is it gonna be mutable? But I'm moving it outside of this thing, so is that okay? Should I actually return a reference to it? Maybe I should return a reference to it. That would be the safest option here. So let's actually do match self, and this one is going to be 1, and we're going to return that. Then many, and we're going to return that as well. There we go. Yeah, it's like this. Is it gonna work now? Can I do something like, do I have to do something like self? Yes, I think I have to. And it worked, nice. So I can do get widget. So this is a single widget. I see. This is actually has to be. We have to rename them to cells. That would make more sense. That would make more sense. So these things should become cells. Yeah, that's what they are. They're cells. Cells, group cells, and cells, and then we get a widget. We unwrap a widget from the cell. There we go. So we'll have to go through a lot of code, right? Because it won't compile anymore. Panapudi, why are you not trusted? What the hell? You probably changed your nickname. Keep in mind that every time you change your nickname, the bot does not remember that you're trusted. So yeah, it's a very stupid bot. But we have the second one, which is less stupid. So yeah. So we have a cell. Well, it was fixed in the KGBotka. In KGBotka, we actually track people by their Twitch ID, so it doesn't matter if they rename, but I'm still using Hypernet because I have too many projects. Soon, which will be 5 yet. I just got tired of being abused by Haskell all the time. What's going on with the chat today? It's so weird today. I don't know. Maybe it's because I changed my title and it attracted new people who are not familiar with the channel. So by the way, I think it's a pretty good indication. If chat is weird, that means we get new people, right? So yeah, who have not accommodated to our, you know, memes and culture and stuff like that. So yeah. So here's the idea. If the chat is weird, the title is working. The title is working, we have new people. Alright, so this one has to be cells. Chat is old. No, not always. For example, on the last week Friday, the chat was actually super cool because we didn't get any new people because we were programming in a camp. So, do we have a like Chatirina macro for that or? God damn it, man. Okay. Right. So we have here group cells cannot borrow as mutable. Oh, really? Oh shit! I just searched on Discord. Ah, I see. That's a good one. Cool. So get widget mutable. So we need two versions of it. Maybe I'm gonna even rename that. Let's go just get widget mute. I think I'm going down the rabbit hole. That's what it feels like. I feel like I'm going down the rabbit hole, but yeah. So this has to be mutable as well. Why? Because I'm just afraid that maybe that type is gonna get bigger and bigger and get out of control. So that's why I feel like I'm going down the rabbit hole. Maybe it's completely unreasonable, probably completely unreasonable, but it's just a feeling that I have. But it turned out okay, so everything seems to be okay. It's not that complicated. Is passing boxes by references a natural pattern that happens in Rust quite often? I just don't know because I don't program in Rust. Have you considered using row point? Yeah, I have considered, but I deemed them unsafe. And yeah. Oh, by the way, you want to see something cool? Grep our n unsafe. We don't have a single unsafe keyword in the library. Yes. We got rid of it at the beginning of the stream. So we don't even have a global variable anymore. Remember how we had a global queue? Now we have a structure RCUI with the queue, and yeah, so we don't even need we don't even need anything global. Rust with a condom. Yeah, very funny. Rust is a condom for your memory. Yeah, that's what they said. All right. Let's continue. Oh, by the way, I forgot to compile everything actually. Cargo build all targets. There we go. And of course, the examples do not compile. Yes, because we need to wrap them into cells, and a single cell is that cell 1, cell 1. Yeah, so it's gonna be fun, chat, but with the help of Emacs magic, we can do anything. Look, cell 1. Can your Vim do that? Can your Vim do that? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Oh shit, I fucked up. Well, I mean, can your Vim do that as well? Well, Well, I mean, it's not the fault of Emacs, it's actually my fault, but anyway. I forgot to add a single colon here as well. Yeah, so that's what I forgot. All right, and oh, we also need to wrap each individual of these things to cell 1 and whatnot. So yeah. So the problem here is that you have to always wrap them into the cells, otherwise it's not gonna work. So, but this is just the development. We're in the middle of development, right? So we're in the middle of development, and over time, I hope I'm gonna improve this API. So get widget mute. There we go. So we have a row group. We take cells. Then for each cell we get a mutable widget. And then we handle events, and there we go. Everything should be okay, and everything is compiling. How about that? Remember that for Rust people, leaking all memory and crashing your OS due to OM is not safe. Okay, I will try to not do that, even though it's pretty tempting. Not gonna lie. Because what's funny is that this is exactly what you can do in Temple OS quite easily, right from the shell. So let's try to run this thing. Cargo run example. Can I use TeamUX magic to just copy paste this thing and then boom? All right, seems cool. There's something fucky wackish, but I think it's okay. So everything seems to be okay. Yeah. Now, the most important part. We need to introduce the layouting mechanism that we developed during experimentation. Before I'm gonna go into that, I want to commit whatever we have. Are we in the right branch? Where is the branch here? It's 12. More control over child proportion of row and column. Exactly. To do this is fucky wackish. It's like hackish, but fucky wackish. I see what you mean. 12. Introduce cell for rows and for groups, because it's for all of the groups. And let's push that right into the repo. Just a second. I think I... Everything okay. I thought I lost my phone. It was like in a different room. Sorry. Okay, so let's go to the group. Right, let's go to the group. And I think I have an idea. So why not develop a method that will give us the size, right? That will give us the size. So something like size, and it will return useSize. And essentially, depending on, so it has to be like a self, of course. If it's self1, no matter what it is, we're gonna always return 1. If it's self many, we're gonna return that thing. And of course, I used the wrong arrows. I'm supposed to use thick arrows. I'm supposed to use thick arrows, and let's align everything like this, and everything looks okie dokie karaoke. It does not compile because I need to unwrap it like that. There we go. So now in the group we can also calculate the size of a single widget, but you'll have to provide the actual width. So let me think. So it's going to be the size. You provide the width in F32, and you'll get f32. So it's going to be the size of a single widget. Essentially what you do, and it has to be like self, of course. Self. So I get the cells, I iterate them, I map them with their sizes. Is it also called the size? Yeah, it's also called the size, which is kind of confusing, but okay. And then I want to sum it up, right? I'm going to sum it up into usize. I'm going to sum it up into usize, and I'm going to convert it into f32. And I wonder if I can use f32. I didn't think I can, but maybe I can. Let's actually give it a try. f32. And then what I have to do, I have to just divide it by that, and that's going to be the result. And let's try to compile this, and I see. So it has to be usize, and then we'll have to do f32. Now it works. Cool, that's exactly what I wanted. That's exactly what I wanted. And so this is a size of a single widget. Now in a row, for example, in a row, we're getting through the widgets. Okay, this one is very interesting because we're iterating through the cells, and yeah, we'll have to get it twice. So we'll have to do something like size. So this is the size, and also widget this. Okay, so that's cool. It has to be self group size. You provide this. Oh, and n is the amount. Okay, that's cool. So this is gropu. It's not gropu. Yet another hello. So now, so this is a single thing here, and then I take this thing and I multiply it by size. There we go. That should do the trick. Does it do the trick? It doesn't. Because then I'll have to do as f32. All right, I think we did it. So now look, chat, look. So here is, we're about to do a poke moment. So here's the grid. Now, what if I want this element on this row to be bigger than the rest of them, right? So what do? Let me open grid. So here's one, and I say many, and instead of one, it's gonna be two, right? I'm gonna recompile this entire thing, and I'm gonna rerun the example, and there you go. Something get completely fucking fucked, but it was almost a poke moment. Yep. Minus 20 viewers, here we go. So yeah. Let's see what's going on here. I think I know what is going on. We have, oh yeah, I see what's going on. So that means since they're irregular now, we have to maintain the x position. Yeah, we now have to maintain the x position. So let me quickly do that. So original x is going to be equal to rect x. So here's the rect x. And we're going to just use that. Right, that. But after all of this, after we render this thing, we'll have to update this, adding like a single width here, like this. So that should actually solve the problem, hopefully. And there we go. It did. So I said that now this widget takes 2 widgets. And now we have a width not of 3 widgets, but 4 of them, because this one is 2 widgets. So yeah, we can now control this kind of stuff. We can now control this kind of stuff, which is actually kind of cool. Not gonna lie. And we need to repeat the same parent for columns as well. So let me find the columns, and it's kind of similar, right? Because you have mute. This time is gonna mute y, so it's gonna be rect y. Yeah, widget width is gonna be essentially self group size h, rect h, I suppose. It's gonna be rect h. Vertical proportions, yeah, that's exactly what we're gonna have. We're gonna have vertical proportions. So here, we also need to take into account the size of a single thingy here. This is going to be y, and this is going to be rect h multiplied by size as f32, and then here we're going to have y plus widget h size as f32. All right, so cool. And let's see if I didn't break anything. So far I didn't break anything. And let's go to the grid. Let's go to the grid, and for this one I'm gonna say, okay, many, and this one is gonna be 2. So now I'm like making bigger a single row. I might as well make this one 1, and let's take a look at it. So now this row is a little bit bigger, so it takes 2. We can make a lot of interesting things. So let's say this one is 3, this one is gonna be 2, and so on and so forth. So they're gonna form like some sort of a gradient. Yeah. So you see, so this one is bigger, and they get smaller and smaller, and all of that is automatically recomputed. So yeah, that's actually pretty cool. I like that. So this is how we can now control proportions. Isn't it cool? I think it's pretty cool. Yeah. And it's just controlled with the numbers, right? So you basically have a cell, and cell just takes a certain amount of elements, and you can control that. If it doesn't take anything, you just do cell 1, and you don't have to worry about it. The funniest thing, what's going to happen if you put 0 here? Because many allows you to put 0 here. So what's going to happen? It basically didn't contribute to the elements at all. I don't know what's happened, but yeah, I think it's not supposed to be 0. I think it's not supposed to be 0. Have you ever heard about something like open frameworks, but for C instead of C++? What is open frameworks? I never heard of it. Open frameworks. By the way, hello, I'll go. It's an open source C++ for creating creative coding. Okay. I'm a robot, apparently. I mean, I don't know. Creative coding, I don't know what is a creative coding, but yeah. Okay, so maybe I'm gonna keep this example. I kind of like this example. Yeah. So now we have proportions and shit. That's cool. Maybe I can even add some labels and whatnot. So let me see. Alright. So essentially, if you think about it, yeah, I can. So this is the whole thing. I can add additional column here, but I'll have to wrap cell into cell many, like this, and then it's going to be like 2, right? And then cell. This has to be actually wrap, but this one has to be new. It's going to be vec like this. And then another. This is where it's gonna close, and we're gonna have another one, cell 1, And it's gonna be simply text, right? Text. Grid example, like this. Will that work? It won't. Oh shit. Okay. Maybe I have to wrap. Yeah, I think I have to wrap it then. Unclose delimiter. Okay, okay. So is this what I have to do? Where is unclose delimiter? Okay, I see. Well, I mean, all right. Okay, I'm gonna go back. I don't think it was a good idea. Yeah. Okay. All right, cool. So I'm gonna commit whatever I have right now, just to not lose that. Implement cell layouting for rows and columns. I'm gonna push that right into the repo. I'm gonna push that right into the repo. So one of the things I wanted to change, by the way, I think the number should be provided first. I think it's gonna be easier to modify things. So that's exactly what I'm gonna try to do. So I'm gonna go on a car, and car stands for compiler assisted refactoring. So yeah, so I just changed something and I'm just gonna go through the compilation errors. So what's the next one? Yeah, so that's the kind of refactoring I need to do. So n is gonna be this. So, and the reason why I want to do it like that is that basically if you want to turn cell 1 into cell many, you just do many and you just add 1 here. So it just makes it super easy to refactor things. But it doesn't force you to add this 1 here if you don't want to. You just can wrap it into like a single thing here. Okay, so this one is 3. This one is 2. And that was it, actually. That's actually cool. All right, and it still works. It still does the thing. 12. Swap args of cell many. All right, I'm gonna push that right into the repo. Before we make a pull request, by the way, we need to check the Clippy situation. So, and Clippy is going crazy because yeah, there's this fucky wacky, and of course this fucky wacky. Where's another one? Try din borrowed box. Okay, so we're getting into something controversial apparently. But the question is, will it work? Okay, so let's try din box then, and okay, that means I have to store not boxed values there then. Is that what you want? But that's exactly what I need, because I need to store the box there. Is it? So it's that dumb, apparently, right? Seem to be trying to use box, consider using, but no, that's not what I want. Okay, let's actually read about this situation and what is the intention of this thing. Check for use anywhere in the code. Check box documentation for information. Why is this so bad? Can also be which is more general. Okay. Does it mean that I can just do something like this and this is gonna be like all right? So, is it really more general? And you need lifetime parameters. No, okay, so I think Clippy is being dumb. Or, yeah. Yeah, so the compiler already told me. The compiler already told me. Okay, at least I can disable that. So, how do I disable that? Warn. Clippy, disable warn. I don't know what kind of word I have to use. Clippy Rust. Did they say that in the documentation? I think it's being done because it's true that you can't replace box with, but in the argument on not in return value. Ah, I see. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, is it using regular expressions or something? Allow. Okay, so can I do something like this then? What do I have to put there? Okay, allow. What if not allow? Oh, allow. Okay, so I'm alright. I'm a little bit frustrated. Cool. Yeah. Thank you. I already figured out. I'm just a little bit frustrated, and that's why I could think properly. All right. Seems to be okay. 12 fix. It was slightly. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Fix cargo Clippy. No. Fix cargo remarks. There we go. So the next is gonna be cargo FMT. And let's take a look at cargo FMT. Alright, seems. God damn it, it ruins my perfect alignment. Can't. Alright. So, and also this one. Oh, it's so ugly. So ugly. Oh my god, why is it so ugly? Anyway, at least it's standardized, right? So at least it's standardized. Because alignment is difficult to read. God damn it, I just saw how I did void. It was so weird. I saw it and I couldn't control it. That's really strange. Okay, fix cargo FMT remarks. Okay, I'm gonna push that right into the repo. Right into the repo. So, and let's create a pull request for this thing. Oh, by the way, I just realized that this example probably is not correct anymore. Well, it is correct because we're not using rows, so that should be okay. So let's create a pull request. Today is pretty productive stream, not gonna lie. Oh, there's something I wanted to try. Yes. Introduce cell for groups, implement cell layouting for rows and columns. Yes, that's what I want to have here. I'm gonna close 12. Yes. Okay, that was cool. Yeah, formatters usually fuck up nice manual formatting, but once you get used to eating shit, you're not gonna even notice this slight change in the taste. Thank you so much for actually inspiring me. All right, so I'm sorry, couldn't help myself. I mean, just I do know that you get used to reading anything. As a matter of fact, I can get used to any style because that's what I needed throughout my professional career, right? Because I've been working on many different projects, on many different languages, in many different styles, in many different paradigms. You've not believe how much different shit I've seen. And for me to actually be successful in this environment, I had to get used to, like, I have to train myself to quickly get used to a particular style. All right. So, and yeah, so what Formatter actually provides is not readability per se, in my opinion. It provides standardization of the formatting so developers in the team don't waste time over fighting how you should format. So we have a formatter. If formatter says so, it's going to be formatted like that. Everyone shut up and go back to work. So for me, in my opinion, formatter serves this purpose. It does not necessarily have to be readable. It has to be passable. But the most important part of the formatter is to shut the fuck up developers and make them work already and not argue about spaces versus tabs. So, yeah. Anyways. So, oh, yeah, it actually passes. So let's merge the pull request. Delete the branch. Cool. Okay, so while working on these different things, I accidentally discovered that you can downcast a box quite easily. For some reason I thought it's going to be a huge pain in the ass without any lubrication, but apparently Rust comes with a little bit of lubrication, which is actually nice. So, yeah, it's literally called downcast. So, yeah. So, and the cool thing is that it also returns the result, right? It also returns the result, and essentially, we, as MM2PL said, I'm sure he probably already left because I was being Pepega, but yeah, this is basically the idea of MM2PL. Let's create a trait for custom events, and then you can just downcast that event yourself if you want to. So that's going to be a perfect idea, and this is how we can have like more or less type safe custom events without too much of the generic noise. Why isn't it just called unboxing? Because downcast is a term from OOP, so maybe it was designed by OOP people. Do you guys know what this downcast means in OOP context? QTPOV went, by the way. The problem with QTPOV is that it's already taken. I posted the link in the Discord, right? So it's already existing software. It's a Qt like POV ray tracer or something. It's already taken, unfortunately. So yeah, but this is such a good name. Casting, yeah, exactly, casting to parent class. But what's funny is that it doesn't fit into Rust because Rust is not OOP. Language. But I guess the term downcasting sort of stick, and to be fair, I quite often personally use word downcast in non-OOP context as well, so I'm also sort of guilty of that. But how else would you even call it then? Like, yeah, so essentially downcasting is casting from a more abstract type to a more specific one, right? So that's basically what it means. So usually upcasting is specific type to abstract one, and downcasting is the opposite. So I sometimes even use word downcasting in the context of C, right? For me, like if you take a void and you know the type of that void star and you cast it to specific type, I also call it downcasting even in C. So my brain is irreversibly damaged by OOP. There's nothing I can do about that. Anyways. Origin master, but would it make much sense? Alright, so let's go back. Type safe custom events. They're not going to be super type safe per se, but they're going to be sort of type safe-ish maybe. So let's take a look. It's gonna be 3 minutes, and let's create a separate thing here. 21. All right, cool. Upcasting, downcasting has nothing to do with boxes. I think, okay, so here's my opinion. I think upcasting and downcasting still make sense even in non-OOP context, because even in non-OOP, you still can build a hierarchy of types, right? You still can build a relationship or ordering of types of more specific type and less specific type, right? We still have that in majority of the languages, regardless of them being OOP or not. So, and in that case, upcasting and downcasting still kind of makes sense. But this is just my opinion, I don't know. Because types are essentially sets of elements, right? They're sets of elements, yeah. And you can build a hierarchy of how nested the sets are. Okay, so let's go to src librs, and here's the event. And we're gonna create a custom event, right? So let's do custom. And I wonder if we can just do din custom event. And let's introduce a trait custom event. And I suppose we can just make it... Is there a special name for traits like that in Rust? I know that in Java we have like marker interfaces. Jean probably knows what I'm talking about. Yeah. So in Java, these kind of things are usually called marker interfaces. So interfaces that don't have any interface, like an actual interface, but they carry a type information, right? And this is the similar situation. So we have a custom event, and you just carry along a type information. We can also put it like in a box or something. But I'm not sure if box is really important here. Just an empty trait. So they call it empty trait, not a marker trait or anything. Marker trait. Interesting. Okay, so there's std marker. I guess marker means something different. Primitive types, types, but Rust types classified. Okay, so I guess it's just an empty trait. Right. I'm coming from a Java environment, and yeah. Marker? I prefer pencil. So let's actually jump into the car and start refactoring. How about that? And CAR stands for Compiler Assisted Refactoring. That's what it stands for. Private in public. Do I have to do something like this? Yeah, probably. Okay, excuse me. Guess they might call them marker trace. I don't really know Rust. I'm just abusing FMT formatters anyway. Well, I tried to Google it up and nothing showed up, so I didn't think they call them markers. And I don't think they would. I mean, why would they borrow like a Java terminology? Oh, it needs to be public. Oh my god. Yes, you're right. Thank you so much. It's already almost 4 hours and I'm just, you know, being tired. Oh, Pen Island. Yeah, I remember Pen Island. It's actually a very interesting island. So, all targets. Okay. So, and this is where we can have something like custom and yeah. Very interesting island. Yes, it is a very interesting island. So let's introduce like a special enumeration here. Add item, and it's going to contain a string, and it's also going to have a single constructor add item. There we go. And I'm going to implement. I remember there was like an easier way to define things like that. I think there was an easier way to define things like that, but I don't remember. Is it something like struct? I don't remember. Maybe chat will help me while implementing this. So implement custom event for add item, and that's it. So that should be pretty straightforward. And then here, so we're gonna have event, and we're gonna try to downcast it. Oh, that's very interesting. Attempt to go downcast. Okay, I like that. If okeg add item, if let okeg add item equal event downcast add item, like that. We're gonna do it like that. I can even probably try to do something like this. Add item. UPenn is our business. Nice. I remember. I think I remember this one. Okay, so I think I don't even need to do it like that. Yeah, so this is how we're gonna... Yeah, I guess this is what people were suggesting at the beginning of the stream for the custom events. Yeah, you have a custom and you just downcast it yourself. All right, so what else do we have here? Maybe Clippy will tell me if there's an easy way to define these kind of things. I like that this is an error. Like, why is it so important? Like, okay. Oh, this one is a box? Ah, this one is a box. I think downcast is supposed to return the box, right? Yeah, it's supposed to return the box. So I cannot just easily do that. The box. How can you pattern match a box? Is it possible to pattern match a box? Probably. I don't know. So let me try it, another thing. So what if it's... I'm gonna make it a structure. So item, let's call it label, and it's gonna be a string. Right, it's gonna be just a string. And we can derive a copy and clone and copy. I don't think it's necessary here, but let's keep it like that. So this is going to be add item, and add item is going to be a label. I wonder if I'll be able to move it there. Probably not. Okay, so that's actually going somewhere. So it's going to be add item, like this. I'm going to push event, and this is going to be event custom. And then I'll have to wrap it into a box. Nice, I really like what I see here. So label, we're almost there, I think. Is it colon or equal? Okay. Method not found, std. In std box, really? Method is really not found there? No variant associated to event. Yeah, I think I need to use downcast instead, but this is self. Both of them take self, that's the problem. This takes self, and this takes self. They're not static, you see? They both take self. So I don't think they're static. And also there's example here. So there's something really wrong. No method downcast. For reference. What if I'm not gonna make it a reference then? How about that? It shouldn't make any difference, I think, but... Yeah. Oh, maybe this is because it's static. Oh shit, yeah. So maybe this is because it's static and it's not allowed like that. Maybe I need to clone the item itself. Box stick, So what if I clone the item here? Will it try to do something else? No, okay. So maybe it feels like something wrong with the definition. I didn't see anything wrong with the definition. So we have an event, we have that. Okay. So maybe I'm using an old, very old Rust. So since when do we have downcast? Since when do we have downcast? I think it's been around for quite some time. Since forever, I think. What if I try to do something like din any? Match din event. What are you talking about? I don't think that makes any sense. For din, but no. Oh shit! I see. So that means, is that what I have to do? I guess it makes sense, but it doesn't make it super type safe. Well, I mean, it's still not super type. Okay, I see. Oh my god. Well, let's give it a try. Let's give it a try at least, and we'll see how it's gonna go. So that means... Alright. Fucking works. Okay, so we also have to go through these things. It's literally... Yeah, I see. Move occurs... well, I mean, I think I can do clone. Does not implement the copy trait. Did you mean void star? Yeah, it's closer to void star. I'm not sure. So I think I don't need to do that for sure now. And move occurs. Okay, sure, move occurs, but is that something bad? Oh, that means then later it will be impossible to... Okay, so I suppose I'll have to clone the box and that will allocate additional memory, is that what it is? Maybe I have to clone it here. Okay, so if I... Oh shit, I see what's going on. It literally moves it, so I cannot use it. I can only downcast it once. Oh shit. Well, I mean, if I try to clone it, right? But I won't be able to clone it. I don't think it's clonable. Right. So let's... Okay, it feels like it's still unsolved problem. So even with this, like... Alright. So yeah, downcast is actually pretty it just consumes this entire thing. Can you just derive the box? Probably. You can. Well, I mean, there's an interface for that. And this event... downcast ref, okay. So that means we cannot easily do that. But we have a box, so we don't have a reference to any, we have box. But theoretically, what if I do something like this? Okay. Okay, it makes sense. So, yeah. We sort of penetrate through the box by doing that thing. Thank you so much. So now you can send links if you want to. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, let's see if it's gonna work or not now. So, examples, cargo run. Example. We lost type safety. Yeah, but I mean, I haven't finished yet. We're experimenting. It does work. It does work. But to be fair, I think we have more type safety than we had before, because before you had to serialize whatever you want to send to a string. I think it's less type safe. So yeah, I don't know what to think about it. But maybe it's at least we don't have like a overcomplicated situation with refs. I just complaining that I'm not angry with it. I'm not angry at all. I don't know. Maybe I appear to be angry, but I'm definitely not angry. I'm just trying to justify myself nervously, and it comes out as being angry, but I'm actually not angry, I'm rather nervous. That people will misunderstand me. Because I want to finish thing and yeah, stuff like that, but I'm definitely not angry right now. Okay, so this one is interesting. It solves the problem. It sort of solves the problem, right? At least you can have a specific type, and if it's not, if you try to send something else there, it's not gonna crash or anything, right? It's just like a regular downcasting. It's just a regular downcasting. We can try to replace this with something else. So if I try to push event custom box new, and if I understand correctly, I can just put 69 there, so it will just go through this entire thing. All right, so it will just go through this entire thing, and if I try to run it, it just removes them and never works. Okay, so it's essentially like a sledgehammer, right? So it's a sledgehammer solution, but it kind of solves the problem if you think about it. So I think I'm gonna keep it like that for a while, but at the back of my head, I will constantly think, how can I improve this situation with type safety? But the problem is that I don't really see how I can improve type safety here, unless we add a shit ton of generics. But that's going to be unusable API. That's going to be definitely unusable API. All right, so introduce Pepega custom event Pepega custom event mechanism based on boxes and any's. Yeah, I don't have enough space to put S based on box and any. So I'm really sorry, Out9, that I actually added this mechanism, because for now it is better than what we had before, I think. So at least it's an improvement, right? At least it's an improvement. So, but ideally, yeah, I would like to have something more type safe. So let's actually try to, well, first we need to do clipping. With shit ton of generics, but that's going to unusable PSI. That's every Rust API. Yeah, do we want to end up like every Rust API? And by the way, look at Clippy. Clippy doesn't even complain. That's actually kind of cool. Oh, look at that. That's a nice fix. 21 fix cargo FMT remarks. So yeah, we just need to keep in mind that this API is not finished. We are experimenting, right? We're trying different things. Alrighty, and let's create the pull request. Yeah. So we have introduce Pepega custom event mechanism based on box and any. Yeah, and by the way, thanks everyone who was actively helping me with this kind of stuff. Yeah, because yeah, you just have to know that, right? To do something in Rust, you just have to know how to do that. It's kind of difficult sometimes to guess how to do that. You need to know that. But yeah, so here's the custom Pepega mechanism. So yeah, today was a pretty productive stream. But unfortunately, it is time for me to go. Thanks everyone who's watching right now. I really appreciate it. Have a good one, and I see you. Guess when I'm gonna see you? I'm gonna see you all tomorrow, because tomorrow we're gonna do programming in C++. So we're gonna continue developing Vodus, the text to video renderer. Check out our schedule for more information on different projects we're working on. Also check out our VODs YouTube channel, where we archive our VODs. This VOD is going to be available there as well, but tomorrow we upload them on the next day. And of course, check out our Discord server for offline discussion with the community, our beautiful community. And that's it. Thanks everyone for watching. Love you.